Well, hello there. Hello, and welcome to the stream. My name is Andy Arconix, Alu the Crow, Alu, and many other names, and today is Sunday, November 26, 2023. Give me a moment, let me launch tits real fast. I totally forgot to do that. Thank you for shouting out the Fade, Caden. Caden, what's going on? The Fade, how you doing? Hopefully you're all doing well. Welcome on in, chat. The theme of today is going to be coding, of course, and we're going to try and we're going to return to our test runner, actually. We're going to try and get that all set. There we go. Mr. Explodo, what's going on? How you doing? Trying to make a study guide for yourself? Nice. Let me launch tits real fast. That's what it's called. Twitch Integrated Throwing Services. Tits. Well, what's going on, everybody? Hopefully we're all doing well. Hopefully you've all had a good weekend. If you've had a holiday this weekend, then hopefully you've had a good, long weekend. Otherwise, hope everything has been going well for you. But welcome on in, chat. Welcome to the stream. Yes, we are just going to be vibing and coding today. That is exactly how we're going to handle things. We're going to see how it all ends up. So part of what I've been exploring is, of course, our XUnit test runner, and I want to go and get that set up in a DotNetMaui app and see if we can figure some things out from that perspective, because it would be really neat to actually see. So we've got some work there. And we've got some particularly interesting aspects to do as well. So that'll be a very neat thing to just go and see what else we can end up with. I'm pretty happy with a lot of the progress that DotNet8 has brought in and a lot of things that DotNet8 has done so far, especially with some of the improvements to Entity Framework Core 8. So we might get into an application that requires the usage of EF Core. Not entirely sure at this point, but we'll see what we can do. You're doing well, just vibing, had a nice day at work today, and you have tomorrow off? Hey, let's go. Let's go. It's nice. It's always nice to have an extra day off. Chat, that's what we're doing. Tonight is we are coding. Might get into some Minecraft a little bit later to finish up a mod pack for an SMP I'm working on, but we'll see just how far down the pipeline we can get here. So, for the most part, though, we're just going to be vibing. That's pretty much it, you know? Probably gonna... I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to play tonight as far as music goes. I'm kind of feeling something a little bit more upbeat, but also I'm kind of just feeling the synth wave. So I might just want to stick to that, you know? So that might just be how we do it. So chat, you ready to code? You ready to figure out and explore some of the areas in DotNet8? There's also some kind of a challenge. The store has been hiring a bunch of people, so your off days are coming by a lot more commonly, but that also means less pay. I feel you. I feel you. Chat, we're going to get right on into the code, and then we're also going to just try and pay attention to where we can end up. There's a few other things that have happened in the stream that you may notice, but I'm going to let you discover those as time goes on. So, chat, without much further ado,
走れソリよ風のように月見原をパドルパドル
I forgot. I need to bring my VTuber model down for that to work better. God damn it. It is the season. Chat. Let's get on into it, shall we? All right. So, something else that I've discovered too. And so not only can I zoom in like that, but Haha! Now I have the ability to zoom in. I won't be showing off that page anyway. Anyway, that's just one of the small neat things. But we can zoom in multiple directions. So let's just go and get rid of some of these, shall we? Because we honestly don't need them. And let's go and clean this out. And let's go and redo it. All right? So bar, theme contrast dot dark, background dot dark, and let's just go and do breakpoint dot tablet. Now, why there might be this issue here, I'm not entirely sure. This is something that I've kind of run into before. Not entirely sure why you're kind of messing around with me now when you really shouldn't be. Considering we have the appropriate dependencies, and even if we come back here, right? I mean, I guess what I could do is I could just do net8 dot 0. I think the idea, though, is that we should target Android. I think that's what it wants me to do. Don't quote me on that, though. Because I think then I can just do Android. Is that it? Yeah, net Android. Neat. And then we don't have these. We don't have those. So this is all fine. And we can come back here. Nice. And here we can do nav. Whoops. Nav menu. And then here we'll go and do footer menu. I totally forgot about WinZoom. So let's go and add that component as well. Now, what this is supposed to do is this is supposed to allow us to run tests from XUnit. Now, I'm going to try and add some other tests to it as well. Some other test, what are they called? Testing frameworks. Specifically, I'm going to try and add MS test and NUnit. But first, let's go and try and get XUnit to work. So here, we're going to do a bar, theme contrast, dark, background.dark, breakpoint, mobile, or tablet. And then we're going to do a mode, horizontal, which is the default. Bar brand, bar link, to the omen done, bar menu, and we'll go and grab the rest at some other point. Then we'll go up here and we'll do kind of the same thing here. Bar toggler, bar brand. Maybe I forget. I forget, blazorise. How do you do this? Let's go and learn, chat, shall we? Components, bar. Bar brand, brand name. Bar brand, bar item, bar link. Okay. Bar brand, bar item. Bar link. 2. bar icon, or name. Icon name, dot. What would we do? Dashboard? And this would be test runner. And here we'll just go and do bar menu. And we'll just leave it like that. Pretty simple. Coming back into the footer, bar brand, bar item, and just leave it like this. Paste that there. Nice and easy. All right. There we go. There we go. All right, let's see if this runs. Let's see if it runs, chat. If it does, sick. If it doesn't, well, some days we win some days we lose some. Also, chat, we are using the blazorise component library, which does have support for the Fluent components from .NET8, which is pretty neat. Hey. Hey. Looks nice and slick, eh? All right. Let's go and stop this. Let's go and check some other things out. Okay. Okay. Neat. Now, the only thing that I'm a little concerned about is the fact that we don't have any logs, but that's okay. We don't necessarily need them. Let's go and do modal provider here. Let's go and do a notification provider here. Let's go and do an application loading indicator. And there should be one other service that we will be putting here. Okay, page progress. Perfect. All right, so now that we have that, now we can actually get to work on doing some of the harder things here. So one of the things that we want to do is we want to go and create a very basic component, right? So let's go and create a test upload component. All right, and so one of the things that we're going to want to do here is, one, we're going to want to go and take a look at the file components here, right? So a file picker and file edit. So that'll select files. And I believe this is based off of... I think this is going to be the one we want to use. I forget which one is based off of which. I think this is the standard HTML one. Because we can go and do that. All right, let's go and do... example using the file picker's list show mode. Upload folders. Okay, so we can load folders up as well. Hey, Springtrap, what's going on? How you doing, Spring? Or we could do this and do multiple files. So that might actually be worth it too. But I think I like this a little bit more. Doing good. Just dropping by to say hi. Well, hello back. So let's go and do a file picker. The stream is going to be at a destination. Well, welcome on in. So I think this is what we'll actually go and do. And I think this will make a lot of sense too. Oh, nice. You got ads, chat. So part of the goal here, and part of what we're going to try and do, right, is if we have some sort of unit test group of files or some sort of just group of executables, we want to be able to just load them up and run them. The other thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to try and figure out how we can run these and include the dependencies. Because that's going to be a bit of a challenge, isn't it? I'm going to come back over here, and I'm going to go and do the demo. A buffered upload. Now, what is this? That's pretty neat. Okay. Do you show the buffered upload? File picker show mode dot drop down. Okay, but I definitely want to do custom. Internal file progress won't be tracked. The setting can speed up file transfer considerably. Feedback. Max file size. Occurs every time the part of file has been uploaded. Okay. So let's go and see what we can define here. Welcome back, chat. So all we did, chat, during your ad break was just discuss our standard approach to this. And I think what we're going to do is we're just going to try and figure out how to create a basic file uploader. Nothing too out there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and grab this. I think I like this. And we're going to go and check out the blazorise blocks. We're going to see if maybe there's a file upload here. Because if there is, that'd be really neat. If there isn't, no big deal. Sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you don't. So create modals, create forms, create user. Damn it. Man. All right. Let's go and load this up here. And let's go and actually, for this one, Rusty, thanks for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And for this one, let's go and actually create a code behind, shall we? So this will be test upload component.razor.cs. There we go. That'll do it. Rusty's, how you doing? Chat, we're vibing. We're dancing, we're vibing, we're having a good time over here. On the ocean. All right, let's go and grab this. All right. Is it file picker? Yeah, it is. This does not exist. So let's go and try and do using blazorise.components. Using blazorise. Wait, what? Do you actually not exist? Monkers. All right, don't you exist? Not too bad, still healing, but able to move better. Glad to hear you're able to move better. Okay. Nope, does not exist. No, it does not, apparently. Cannot convert blazorise.filepicker. Oh. All right, let's go and do that. And let's go and do that. And we'll just keep it nice and simple, eh? Maker it exist, you know? I really should. All right, so that should be fine. So now it has a reference. And so what they're doing here is pretty simple, right? All we're doing in here is we're just going through creating a private async task method on file upload with file upload events, integrating a memory stream that we can actually go and do as a using declaration. And we could probably honestly do a using var here. If we were really crafty, we could probably do a using await var or await using var. Yeah. And that's the other neat thing about this is that it does implement iasync disposable, which allows us to use this await using var. The other interesting thing that can come from this too is, of course, state has changed. I guess we could also do await invoke async. State has changed, right? To go and mark that the state has changed as a method group. Then coming up here in the, because this is the component, so I want to do like this. Let's see here. Public I logger test upload component logger get init. We'll go and import that. And I know we could do it in a primary constructor. Right? Because you can always generate the constructor or initialize a property from the constructor, but I don't really want to here. So what I'm going to go and do is I'm just going to go and do logger.log error. And we'll go and log the exception. We'll say could not upload file. e.file.name. There we go. So now we have that. We're awaiting and grabbing the read stream. And we come back over here. This is now set. Icon name, file, bold, check circle, time circle, file picker, custom. There we go. So that's the other thing, is I believe a lot of these are being used in conjunction with the Fluent UI components. So one of the other things that I'm going to try and do here is we're going to come back into here. I'm going to go and do a Jumbotron. Background.dark, text color dot light, shadow.large, border dot is 0 on all, rounded on all. That should be it for that. And then here we can go and do a Jumbotron title with a size, Jumbotron title size that is 2. And here we'll say, welcome to our test runner. Simple test runner that lets you and runs it again and run them. Allows you to upload test files based on XUnit and run them. There you go. And then we can go and do a container, a fluid container here. And then we can go and do the test upload component here. And now let's go and see how this works. Maybe it works well, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't work at all. The other thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to go and limit what it can actually end up with. Hey. Let's go. That's pretty slick. Love to see it. All right, so now what we have is, of course, a very basic. What if I convert that to a switch? Okay, that's fine. I don't care. Cool. Even better. That works. All right, so now we have that. We have that. Clicked, context, clicked, clear, upload, what have you. The point is, though, chat, and this is what's going to make this extra neat, is that we can go and fully stylize this the way we want to, right? We can go and change this up however we want to see. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to go and create a data grid underneath that's going to contain all the discovered tests, right? So one of the things that we might want to do is go and create a grid, or we could rely on the standard bootstrap grid. Go and create a row here, column size that is full on mobile. Paste that there, and go and create another row. And then here, we'll go and create a new test runner component. Actually, no, we won't. I'll tell you why. Because here, what we're going to do is we're going to go and do a data grid. And we're going to go and specify some things inside this data grid. So let's go and create another area behind here. So home.razor.cs. Public partial. Go and do that. Component base, even though you don't have to. And then, sure, but I don't need to do this. Rather, can go and do this, do that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go and create a service to kind of abstract and keep these things a little bit more flexible. So let's go and create a folder here, and we'll just call this services. And in here, what we'll do is we'll go and add a new class, and we'll call this an XUnit file service. All right, and we'll make this an internal sealed class. If I could spell internal correctly. And we'll go up in here and we'll bring in an iLogger of XUnit file service logger in the primary constructor to convert dependency injection. And we'll go and do that for now. Then the next thing that I think we're going to want to do. So let's see. By this point, we'll have the files stored in memory, right? So what we're going to need is we're going to need to go and abstract some of this logic here. So this on file upload, I want to go and grab this, take result, and push it into the service. So we need to go and figure out how we can go and take some of this logic from here. Now, one of the things we could do is we could go and grab this code exactly as written. Go and grab this, remove this, right? And instead, take this in as a stream and have this just be copied into that. We'll go and take in the file name. Like so. And we'll see if maybe that'll do it. And then we'll go and create an XUnit file service interface, public interface. Can you just do the right thing, Copilot? Oh, yeah, the other thing we probably want to do is pass in a cancellation token. There we go. And we'll go and rename this just so it's a little bit more accurate. That's fine. I don't really care. We'll go and make this a public async task on file upload. I know catch-all exceptions aren't necessarily recommended, but I don't really care. We'll pass in a cancellation token just in case. Come back over here. And now, instead, we'll go and do another inject public XUnit file service. Go and pull that in like that. Go and grab this. And here, go and get rid of that. Go and get rid of that. And we'll go and do that. go and do that. Because this is a memory stream. Or is this a file stream? Type-ins? Type-ins? Come on now. And then I guess we could do a finally here. And I guess we could do e.dispose. That's neat. If he is not null, or e dot
Thanks for continuing to support the Omen Denke Blondie with your tier 1 sub. Hope you continue to enjoy your emotes and ad-free viewing with Aliu.
Hello and friends. Hello, hello. Okay, it's been 13 months already. I can't believe it. Thank you for the resub. Hope you continue to enjoy your ad-free viewing and emotes, just as the robotic voice said. But welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've had a good week and weekend. What's going on? All right, we're just gonna go and do that. Pretty sure it's self-disposing anyway. And can we go and do a private, read-only, concurrent, dictionary string stream? Can I do file? Question mark? It's been great. Hey, let's go. X unit test? Stuffing your face with yummy Thanksgiving food and playing lots of Minecraft with friends. Let's go. Plus, you'll be going back to the D&D sessions at the library. Nice. Unit.net, blah, blah, blah. So what is this? And how do you work? And what is your license? Ah, okay. MIT. Neat. So, sinks, don't care. Run setting.
Sharing your worries can act as a stress buster.
Hey. It's true. Can very much act as a stress buster. So let's see here. Assembly resolution. So this X unit package compilation assembly resolver. So there's a little bit of a cooldown.
Do not dramatize your pain.
Who are you going to call? Stress busters? True. Ads. So let's see here. Diagnostic message. Long warning. VS execution sync. Result reported for unknown test case. Error occurred. Interesting.
What did the buffalo say to his little boy when he dropped him off at school? Bison.
Sure. Test.cs. Okay. I test discover. Where are you from? Now hold on. What is this? I test discover. Represents of the discovery part, which are used to discover the test framework. Oh. Now that's interesting. Okay. I feel like it shows the ad breaks to the mods now. Yeah, I like that too. It's a setting you have to opt into. Well, it's a good setting nonetheless. So let's see here, chat. We have test upload component because we want to go and upload the particular test. We're using the XUnit file service to go and essentially copy the stream over into this result. And then via the result, what we want to do is I think... Well, first, let's go back into here. And let's go and do... how do you do file types? So chat, to give you an idea, I am partnered with blazorise to produce content for them, but I also just really like how easy their components are, and their documentation is actually pretty good. So one of the things that I'm trying to do now is I'm just trying to figure out how I can restrict the file type, and I'm pretty sure you can do that in this one. I just don't remember if you can do that filter. So here we could do filter .dll.exe, right? So here, always check file size at server side defaults to long that max value. That's fine. Let's see here. Type of files that the input accepts. I'm assuming that that's going to be able to do that. So we go and do that, come back over to the file service. Now the file service itself just grabs the results, loads it up, and hopes for the best, right? So then the next thing that we would want to do is we want to store this as a case, right? So we need to go and grab the names of each test from each individual file. So maybe one of the things we could start off with is a simple private static read-only concurrent dictionary. And then instead of that, instead of a string, we could do an int, and we could do files with sizes. String, compare, ordinal, ignore case. And what's the issue? Oh, that it's just unused. It's fine. Files with sizes, add or update. File name, result.to array.length. I don't know why I'm not getting IntelliSense anymore. Kind of annoying. Kind of annoying that it happens so often, too.
Where do young cows eat lunch? In the cafeteria.
Uh-huh. Here, let's go and make this public. Okay. And here, we'll go and define instead of this, we'll go and do files with sizes. Go and do files with sizes. We'll go and do, do you implement iDictionary? I don't remember. Wait. No, I don't want to do it like that. I want to make it static. Duh. Because then I can come here. I can go into here. T item string. Now I just need to remember how to do a data grid. Let's see, we have data grid utils. Sure. Whoops. Usage, nested fields, don't care. Binding data in memory. From an external source. And so the external source could really be anything, couldn't it? It could also just be, oh. You know, it could also just be something as simple and as silly as a file read, right? So we could include the file read on the file read component and then just have that read into the data grid as an IAsync enumerable and then just virtualize it, right? Right? Something like that? I don't know. Wait, observable collections? Allows you to bind in memory observable collections. Right. Have your data be observable by using any implementation of that. So if we go and we actually take a look, we can see on add item click, blah, 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 but I just want to data equals X unit file service. Okay. I'm going to get rid of the warnings. I'm going to get rid of the messages for now because I really only care about the errors. XUnit file service dot files with sizes. Key value pair string int. And then data grid columns. Data grid column. T item string. All right. Is that how that works? No, it's just field. But I don't have a class. All right. Let's go and see if this actually works then. I'm hoping this actually compiles. Well, I say I'm hoping it compiles. It should compile. That's not the issue. The issue is, will it respect and load things? Also, I don't think I have anything to upload on this. Uh-oh. Ah, well, we'll see. We'll see if it works. And when it doesn't, I'll just cry. Right? Right, chat? Yeah. When things don't work, don't bother fixing them. Just have a good cry. Chat, I got good news and I got bad news. Which one do you want first? Oh, okay, never mind. You see the bad news. Never mind. Let's see here. We come back here. Into here. All right. Is there an empty template? There is. Okay, so let's see here. Templates. Display. No. Loading. Okay, neat. Empty. Neato burrito. Go and do that. Go make this a div. Class. Oh, the other thing I could do. Responsive. There we go. Instead of a box, I'm going to do flex dot row dot align content dot center, justify content dot center, and not align content, align items. And then we'll go and do margin dot is auto on X. And so we'll go and do this. No test cases were discovered. So now let's go and run it and see what happens. So now we've at least given it an empty template. Okay. So this is going to say XUnit file service because there is no registered service. Ah. The simplest problem of all time to deal with. That's no big deal. So now we come back down here and we go and do builder.services.add singleton. And we'll go and do that, right? So now this is a singleton service, so it'll exist for the entire application's lifetime. And there's a good reason for that. We don't really want it to exist as a transient service. That's just going to take up too much memory. And we don't want to have it exist as a scope service either. Because, again, what's the point? We'll just have it exist as a transient. or not as a transient, as a singleton. So we'll come back here.
They will break up too soon.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Will they now? Do I have any TUS? I don't. Do I have a test project? Do you have XUnit tests? Please tell me you do. Hey, XUnit, let's go, baby. Code, copy that. No, don't dox me. God damn it. Rip egg love, you know it. Source, repos, the Omendan, git clone. Yes, I know, it's all fucking public. Omendan.shared.tests. .NET restore. .NET build. 8 errors. Uh-oh. That's fine. You see, chat, this is what I was worried about, was that I might not have the ability to go and load things up because of a missing dependency here and there. You know what I'm saying? So, might have just shot myself in the foot here. Custom files. All files. No test cases were discovered. Testing CS 44 bytes. Interesting. Okay. It's good to know, though. Good to know. So there's the clear. There's the file upload. Neato burrito. So on file upload, we go convert the result. Why is result hovered? Okay. Makes no goddamn sense, chat. See, some people are like, oh, but you rely too much on your IDE to do all your work. No, I don't. I rely on the appropriate amount because IDEs are meant to speed me up. Yes. All right, so we go and pass the file name. We read that open. This defaults, doesn't it? Yeah, it defaults to long.max value, so I don't really care. Come back up here. DLL exe.cs .spec, I believe. Hey. That's pretty neat. All right, let's go back into the file service. We'll put a breakpoint there. We'll go and run this. We'll go and see where we end up. If we're lucky, then what we get to go and see is this. So that's the result. So 1, 2. Okay. So we have string, the key, the value. Okay. So we come back here. Go back here. So then, stop that. Data grid, columns. So I could do data grid, command, column. Going hunting for all our Christmas decor tomorrow. That'll be a challenge as it's in several different spots. Oh, I feel you. Let's see here. In memory. But I don't have a class. So let's see here. Data, grid data source, and an IEnumerable of T item. Our T item is a key value pair. So key value pair. So our data grid column is going to be field, name of, key value pair, dot key. Got it. I got it. Okay. So let's go back over here. Because what if we don't have an employee? T item string. Could I do key value pair dot key? Question mark? Gonna have an ad soon. So, chat, all I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to figure out, okay, how does this actually match up with what we needed to do? One of the big things that I want to find is just, okay, we have a way to go and grab a particular row and then try and display it. I'm wondering if maybe we actually do need to create some sort of, oh, it's not going to compile. That makes sense. I wonder if we're going to actually have to go and make a sort of type. So I guess we could go and do that. Not entirely sure. But we could go and do a... Wait a minute. Instead of a concurrent dictionary, can I do a concurrent stack of X unit text case, test cases, and so here, instead of this, what we'll do is we'll do test cases that push range. Welcome back, chat. While results dot can read results dot read async okay. So there's a buffer, an offset, Actually, let's just go and do something really simple, chat. All right. So simple. Pass in a string and a concurrent stack, and we'll just go into test cases dot push file name. Right? Pretty simple. We'll come back over here. I'm gonna just say this. And now data grid columns. Go and put that in there. Data grid column. The item equals string. Field name of string. Invalid expression term. Shit. Shit. Can I just leave that empty? Will that be smart enough to auto compose? No? No, I guess not. So let's see. Let's see here, chat. Let's see. What's something that we can do to make this a little easier on us, right? So we have the XUnit file service. This is a poorly named thing because all this does is it'll read in the XUnit files, but it won't do anything other than that. So what do we want to get rid of the warnings? Why are you highlighted? Are you highlighted because I didn't name you logger? Is that why? You silly goose? Yeah, you silly goose. So how do we want to serialize these classes into runnable classes? Okay, fine. Fine. There. You happy now? Sheesh, I hope so. What? No. No, I don't want to make the parameter type the non-generic version. Okay, so let's go and add a new folder. And we'll just call this models. And in here, I'm wondering if what we're going to be able to do is create a new record, and we'll just call this a XUnit test case, or an uploaded test case. And we'll see if that actually works out. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Who knows? So here we'll go and do string test name and XUnit test case, maybe? Okay. So now we can come back here. And here we'll go into var uploaded cases equals new list uploaded test case push range uploaded cases. There. Let's be even more flexible and just do an enumerable.empty, and then we'll just do that too array here. So actually that'll give us the ability to go and do new list. And then we'll go and do for each var. Now hold on. in result. So how do I want to do this? Go and do some research here. Are we doing any MC tonight? Maybe. Read XUnit tests from file. I don't want to load that. I don't want to create that. I just want to go and grab this. Okay. Custom test runner execute. So okay. Hanging test, don't care. Sure. XUnit test framework. XUnit won't use the custom test framework automatically. You need to add the test framework attribute to the assembly. Oh. Interesting. So I would need to create a test framework. Okay. That's interesting. That makes sense. That's very interesting. So create a test method runner, the test framework. So this is what I would need to construct then. Huh. That's pretty neat, actually. So for those of you who can't see, the idea here is that what we're doing is we're trying to create a custom test framework in XUnit, right? So the notion here is we want to be able to run this outside of the standard test runners. So with this in mind, we can come to their GitHub and we can actually go and check this out, right? Because this is the custom test framework. So this is kind of fascinating. So we could go and do something like this and add a new class and call this Omen Den XUnit framework. And go above here and do assembly and do that. And that's pretty neat. So then we would do an iMessage sync from that. And we would do that. And now we have a fully detailed class. That's neat. So we could do that. Can I make this internal? Okay. So that's neat. So where is this used? Well, I know it's Datadog, but it's also in the article. Is this what I think it is? It is what I think it is. Neat. So, they were able to create a custom test runner to execute any external test DLLs, something like that. Normally, such context is passed through environmental variables. Opens work with custom integration. No, I don't want to do any sort of custom stuff. I just want to run it. So, does this do what I think it does? Where's the article? Oh, god damn it. Y'all, you're going to do links, and you're going to do external links like this, please add target equals underscore blank so that way it opens in a new tab. Very, very handy for me. I mean, maybe I'm a little picky about it, but it's very, very handy. God damn it. Wah! All right. So the next thing that we see here, right, is they have this custom test framework, and they go and sync that. So we place that out there. In place, let's add a message to the constructor to confirm that we're using the type as expected. Okay, so then we would do .NET test, no build, no logo, no restore. Okay. Okay. So then I guess that begs the question, if I want to do it this way, instead of working with the framework from within XUnit, like they're trying to do here, would I be better off creating a separate runner? Because this is from the command line, and we don't want to run it from the command line. Keep that in mind. We want to run it from the browser. So we want to do it kind of like how the Visual Studio side will do. So creating the test framework class hierarchy, right? So custom test method runner is going to be an implementation of test method runner, right? So then what we would do is we would come here and we would do an omenden test method runner. And I'm going to keep this as internal as well. And here we'll go and do an I test method. Now, what is this? Oh, it's just test method runner. And that is going to be I XUnit test case. Okay. So we go and then we also need to go and grab all of these custom types here in order for this to actually work out. And then finally, we need to add a discoverer to go and load this and load our discovered assemblies correctly. So this is as you can see, this is going to be a significant amount of work. I don't know if you can actually see these particular images. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and... So the idea is there's a custom framework that's going to be the parent. The parent's going to create an executor. The executor is going to run a new assembly runner, which is going to create and run a new collection runner, which is going to create and run a new test class, which is then going to run the actual methods. So that'll just loop through and run them. So we have to go and create this whole pipeline here, this whole set, in order to just go and generate the final ability to finally go and display these tests to the user via our application. So we have to go and create all of these, which is a huge deal. That is a lot of boilerplate indeed. So test framework executor, custom executor, custom assembly runner, custom text collect. There's just a lot here, chat, that we have to go and do. And this does .NET test, but we don't want to do .NET test. We want to run this from essentially a button that allows you to run the tests that you want to run, or run all of the tests via the data grid component, right? So what we're trying to do is we're trying to rebuild almost the Visual Studio interaction on the Visual Studio Test Explorer. So if you go and you take a look at the Unit Test Explorer, you can see that we have, well, maybe this is not necessarily the best view, but you can see it's the Unit Test Explorer with the icons up here, blah, 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 but there's that play button. And if I had a proper test project, I would show you that all you would have to do to run it is you would just press play and that would run all the tests. Or you could select an individual test, right-click, and run it. So that's the kind of functionality that we're looking to grab. So let's go and implement the members here. And yeah, there you go. Task run summary. Okay. So we have to go and construct this pipeline, this whole pipeline. Can I convert this to a primary constructor? Is that a possibility? I just like primary constructors, chat. I think they're neat. And if you don't like them, that's fine. Maybe I can't because it's not a base class? Not entirely sure. Don't really care. Just want to make the red squigglies go away. Okay, you're going to have another ad incoming. Boy, it sure seems like it's increased since last stream. Wonder why that is. Kind of strange. Kind of Monka-S. But yeah, chat, this helps significantly. So while the ads are running, let's do a quick recap here. So essentially, we have to go through and construct this pipeline here, right? We have to go through the custom test framework, to the executor, to the assembly runner, to the collection runner, to the custom test class runner, to the custom test method runner. And it's essentially a trip of create new loop, right? Till the point where we can actually go and run the tests asynchronously. That's what we're trying to recreate. So we're going to go and use the tips in this article to be able to do it. However, the way they're doing it is via using the .NET test command line. And the way we want to do it is by not doing it that way. So we've got to go and essentially define each of these in their own steps of the way. So now we can go into the custom executor, which is just an XUnit test framework executor. So here,
Thank you for following the Coppinger. Hope you enjoy your follower emotes. and watching Alu force push his changes like an absolute potato.
The Coppinger, thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Omen Den. Hope you're doing well. XUnit test framework executor. All right. So then I believe it's this. I see why they did it all in one class. I don't like doing that kind of stuff. And actually, I hate the way this is grouped. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go and add a new folder. And this new folder, we're going to call it Omenden or XUnit. What's a good, honest name for this chat? Testing framework stuff. There. Good enough for government work. Right? Right? There. We'll just go and call it that, right? We'll just go and call it that. End of the day, who cares? That's what it's called. Testing framework stuff. Perfect namespace. Can't get any worse, right? I'll probably end up going and changing that at some point. But, you know, your boy isn't exactly the smartest out there, so he's trying his best. Let's see here. Also, hence why we have this kind of whack-ass Hungarian notation naming XUnit assembly runner, right? Right? And so this will also be an internal sealed class that will do an XUnit test assembly runner. And we'll go and implement these members here. We'll go and put this on a new line. And we'll try and see what this is all about. Cleaning old leftovers out of the fridge is one of your least favorite chores. Yo, I feel you on that. Okay. So now we're getting kind of into the meat and potatoes here. As you can see, we've got a lot of stuff. I'm going to zoom out on this chat just to make it a little bit easier on my eyes. But as you can see, we're getting there, right? We've got a long way to go in the pipeline. And then we also have to make sure that all of these are moving correctly. So what we just did was the assembly runner. Now we need to go and do the collection runner. So we can go and do that. We'll come back to our return here. So we did the assembly runner. Now we need to do the collection runner. Omenden XUnit collection runner. And here we'll do another internal sealed class. XUnit text collection runner. Go and implement the missing members. Go and put the base there. And now override run test class async. Okay. I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Thank you, Copilot, for that help. So now we'll do Omenden XUnit test class runner. We'll make this an internal sealed XUnit test class runner, right? Okay. Isn't that what I typed? Chat. Sometimes it wants to betray me. And sometimes it wants to love me. Today is one of those days where this wants to continually betray me. But overall, building a test runner isn't actually the worst thing ever. Is it a little frustrating? Yeah, but again, it's neat because when was the last time we've done an exercise like this? An exercise in this amount of patience. Okay, so now we go and define the method runner. And the method runner is the most base of this. It is the most base class.
They tried to make a diamond shaped like a duck. It quacked under the pressure.
Lol? Lol? Right, test case. Oh no, it's test method. I'm silly. Neato burrito. And so here we'll go and do an internal sealed XUnit test method runner. And here we'll go and implement this bad boy. Whew. Talk about work, chat. Piukumuku? Piukumuku? So now, let's go and copy this code here. And then we'll go and adjust it in ways that we might need to. Yes, chat, I'm copying code. Do I care? No. Because why would I? Why should I care, chat? That's the real question, right? Oh, wait, can't I? Ha ha ha! Neat. Love primary constructors, chat. Neat. A lot of people hate it because they think this kind of notation is sloppy. And you know what? I can see it. I really can. But I like it. I do. Here. We'll just do is null. Oh. Is not null. Dot select. Dot join. Var. Test method class name. Test method class name. Test method method name parameters. Diagnostic sync started. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to go and define our own custom syncs. So much like we've defined Serolog syncs, we're going to have to go and define these new syncs for XUnit, so that way we can go and display the test results, the run summary, if you will, in the data grid itself. And so once we are able to do that, then we've built an effective test runner. So that's pretty neat. So they rethrow this exception. That's fine. I don't really care. What I do care about are all these warnings. No. Extract this turn area into an independent statement. All right, say less. So status result dot failed greater than 0. If it is greater than 0, it's a failure. Otherwise, sure. Let's go and just create a private bool. Has result been skipped? but that's literally just an integer. Instead of that, we'll just go and do a string, and we'll go and grab this int skip number. I am very smart. So then we go and do has result been skipped, result dot skipped. There. Now it's been abstracted. This is its own thing. Skip success. Error, whatever. So instead of doing a sync like this, where we go and sync to the diagnostic window, what we want to do is we want to be able to go and do our own custom sync into a string or something along those lines, so we can, or a markup string or a Blazor component, so we can go and have those displayed on the application side. Right, because right now we have it as a diagnostic sync. So we'll consider this for a little bit. Because a diagnostic sync works great for this, because as you can see, love to see it. So, now what we're going to do is we're going to go and try and do a little bit of magic here. So let's go into which one is this? XUnit test method runner. XUnit test case. What was I trying to do with that? Don't remember. Don't care. All right. So let's go to the. Let's go and grab this. Hey, stay with me. And we'll go into the executor. And this will be omenden XUnit executor. Actually, whoops, wrong one. Wrong one. We want to go up here into the framework. There we go. Now that's set up nicely. So instead of that, we'll go and figure out what other diagnostic message syncs we can use. But for the most part, that's going to be the biggest area of change, I would think. So then we come down here, and this is going to run the assembly runner. So this will be omenden XUnit assembly runner. And I'm wondering, oh man, why is it an async void though? That's gross, chat. Wait, can I just do that? Or does it have to be awaited? Oh man. Does it have to be awaited? Oh. Oh, thanks. I hate it. Ugh. Gross. Async void. Ugh. Talk about swallowing exceptions, chat. How unfortunate. All right, next one. After the executor is the assembly runner. So we come down into the assembly. We go and grab this bad boy. It's pretty frowned upon to do async void like that. And essentially, this is all we need to do for the most part. Can I do this? Just so that way it's... maybe a little nicer. There we go. Nice. Chat, a lot of people don't like it like that because it's ugly to them. I don't mind because to me it saves room. But, you know, to each their own. Whatever's more readable for you is going to work out a lot better. What is this? Collections. So this should be then XUnit test class runner. All right. There we go. And go and grab you. Go and paste you. Go and grab you. Remove you. Paste you. And now, as some of those C++ folks might tell you, we're down less code, supposedly. Don't know how true that is. Doesn't seem that true to me. But, you know, it is what it is. Okay, now we go into the test class runner. What a coincidence. Now this will be a test method runner. Right? Test method, this dot class. Can my lungs stop being so sensitive? You know? Hopefully. Now where the frick? Okay. Eye reflection info. Now why? Oh, it has an exception aggregator. Interesting. So maybe it's not as bad, because now they're actually handling their own exceptions. Okay, we'll come back to this. You nearly inhaled pork one time and your throat is so angry at you for 3 days. It be like that, though. Like, talk about incredibly annoying. Okay. Come back over here. If I want to go and do override run test method async. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is there... For create class, format. Oh. That's why. Helps if you're using the right one. And we go and do that. Go and grab that. Do that. Go and do that. There we go. We come down here. Remove the redundant code in the file. Nice and easy. I'm gonna go and delete this for now. And then I'm also gonna go and delete this. Because now we have this stuff here. So I'm hoping that the framework is where we can actually go and change this. So let's go and see this here. Chat, you got ads. So let's go and research this. The implementation of test framework, but to connect them so that our custom test framework uses the custom test method runner, we also need to create the following types. Custom executor. Custom test framework creates the executor, which creates the assembly runner, which creates a test collection runner, which creates a test class runner, which finally creates a custom test method runner. The sequence diagram looks something like this. God, I hate the boilerplate so much. All right, so we inherit and we seal. So let's go and see. A suggested approach to configuring XUnit is to use an XUnit runner JSON file that is copied to your build output. The schema key enables IntelliSense for most editors in the file, and we've also enabled diagnostic messages. You should make sure the JSON file is set to be copied to your build output, so make sure you have the following item group in your CS_proj file. Now, if we run .NET test, we see the diagnostic message. Okay, that's all fine and dandy, but I don't know if I want to run diagnostic messages. If you want to write messages to test output from inside a test, you should use the iTestOutput helper interface. No, I don't. It is the iMessage sync is an important interface that we will use to write messages to the console outside the context of a test. We'll use it to log when a test starts and when it stops. No. Okay. So the message sync in and of itself will be a very powerful property. So let's go and see if we can take a look at XUnit. Properties, schema, method display options, willing to run in parallel, shadow copy, stop on fail. Okay. That's not what I want. I want to go and view the documentation. God damn it. So yeah, we would capture the iTest helper output, and that's how that would work. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Output and extensibility classes, iMessage sync, diagnostic message sync. Run them in discovery order. Ordered 0 test cases. Oh. That's interesting. All right, chat. So, output for unit tests are grouped and displayed with the specific unit test. Output from extensibility classes, on the other hand, is considered diagnostic information. Most runners require you to enable diagnostic output either explicitly with a command line option or implicitly on an assembly by assembly basis by using configuration files. Each extensibility class has its own individual constructor requirements. In addition, they can take as their last constructor parameter an instance of iMessage sync that is designated solely for sending diagnostic messages. Diagnostic messages implement iDiagnostic message from XUnit abstractions. If you're linked against XUnit.execution, there is a diagnostic message class in the XUnit SDK namespace available for your use. So if we go and we take a look at what the documentation is telling us, right? This is just to order things. We can go and grab a diagnostic test message for the ordering. Doesn't really matter to me. And as you can see, there's the output right here. When run, Visual Studio's output window contains a test tab, which contains the information from running tests, right? So essentially, that's going to be between unit test sessions and unit test explorer, and there will be a results window underneath. See this output window in Visual Studio, show output from select tests. Sure. This isn't necessarily what I want, but it's pretty damn close to console debug. So we want, again, to capture it in extensibility. So what we need is a way to pick up the diagnostics from each test case, right? So, since we have the message sync here, maybe it's as simple as going into the test method and creating some sort of results dictionary and returning the diagnostic message via that dictionary. And instead of just simply keeping it here, maybe it's really is that simple, right? Maybe it's as simple as going public static read-only dictionary string test messages equals new concurrent dictionary. So we'll go and define it as a concurrent dictionary. String comparer ordinal ignored case. So this will be our key. %. Oh my. Base run test case async. Okay, so here, let's go and do test messages dot add actually, no, we'll just leave it as a concurrent dictionary, but we'll keep it read-only for now. And we'll remove that, and we'll do add or update Wait. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Hold on. Can I hit the right keys? Wow, I already forgot how to do this. God damn it. Updated value. All right, hold on. Insert test started message into test messages concurrent dictionary. Can't you? Aren't you reading this, Copilot? What? Now hold on. I know you're listening. I see you right here. God damn it. Interpret this. Wait, what? Do I remember how to do this in Copilot? Ah. Oh. Chat. Why do I do this to myself? Okay. Thank you, Copilot. Update the test status in the dictionary. I hate it here. I hate it here so much. God damn it. Copilot is just so good. Wait, can I change this back to an I dictionary? And still have this do a new concurrent dictionary? Okay, no, it still has to be a concurrent dictionary. That's fine. I was just curious. That's hilarious. Update the status of the test in dictionary with the result time of the test in seconds. It's too good, chat. It's too good. God damn. It's just too good. Either that or I'm terrible. Why not both? There you go. Neat. That's actually pretty freaking neat. Copilot, why are you just so good? My god damn. All right, say less. So the way that'll work out then, is we probably, well, we'll figure the rest out. That's pretty neat. That is really neat, chat. That is really, that's a nice way to go about things for GitHub Copilot to actually be able to go and do that. I like that a lot. I can't get used to using GitHub Copilot. Oh, hold on. Set up and configure Serolog for this Maui project. Can you do it? 0 completions available. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting indeed, chat. Maybe that's a little too advanced. Maybe I can do it like this. Read the test cases from the file and add them to the stack. It's just too good. God damn it. Here. Copy the stream to a new memory stream that we can read the XUnit test cases from. It's just too good. It's just too good, chat. It's just too damn good. What the fuck? XUnit framework. Read. Yo. It's just too good. What's really cool is to just watch the Copilot aspect just load up like that. It's really neat. All right. so chat, we've been on this project for about 2.5 hours. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break, and then we're going to migrate over to a separate project. All right? Let's go and just commit this as a refactor to .NetMaui WIP. We'll commit it. And then come back over here. All right, so we still got some work to do on that. But that's pretty neat how that actually works out the way we kind of expected it to. The next thing that I want to do is I want to come back and let's see. Yeah, I guess we could work on the API project. So that's what we're going to do next. But in the meantime, chat, I will be right back. %. Babe, what the hell? Why am I 95%? God damn it. Man, I've been showering every day. Son of a bitch. You're stinky as fuck. God damn it. All right, chat. So, what we're going to work on next. Ow! Ah, damn! Baby, what'd I do? Exist? You know? You know, that's fair. Damn it. You know what I enjoy though, chat? That we're all together. All right. That's gay. God damn it. I mean, you know it. Sheesh. Chat, you got an ad? So we're just going to vibe out here for a little bit. And then we'll go back into coding. Twitch won't yell at me for holding it up like this. I don't think it will. And if it does, that's a them problem, not a me problem. So, chat, this next project that we're working on is going to be essentially kind of like a CMS, if you will, a content management system or a content delivery system, however you want to word it. And part of our aspect here, part of what we want to be able to do with this is to have the ability to essentially take anything that I have worked on or that, you know, people have worked on extensively and upload them via a URL. So one of the things that we're going to try and do is we're going to try and create a series of endpoints that will allow us to go to these particular regions or these URIs and grab the information that needs to be grabbed from there. And for everything else, something, there's MasterCard or what have you. But that's kind of the go about idea there. And the whole point of this too, chat, is that we want to, and I know ads are still going. Oh, do I not have my little ad dude? I guess not. Thought I did. Strange. Here, let's go back over here. See if I display. Hello, I do. Neat. I have to fix that. But what we're going to try and do here, chat, is we're going to go and try and create a system of endpoints.
Bad idea to iron your 4-leaf clover. Cause you shouldn't press your luck.
Ah! It's hilarious. Why are you like this? Chat, why do I do this in my chat? So, last time we were here, this is where we kind of had some issues, right? We had tags, we had posts, we had post tags. Here's the problem. This doesn't need to exist, so we can just remove that. Next, we can go into here. You see this neat thing here and this neat thing here. This holds everything together nicely. Now, something else we could do is you could go and define.
How come the stadium got hot after the game? Because all of the fans left.
God damn. L dot.
What do you call a fly without wings? A walk.
Uh-huh. I swear to God, right? Oh, maybe I should ban those emotes too. Nah, that's not to make it too obvious. Oh, wait, we only need to configure this in one direction. Just kidding. So, now that we have this defined nice and easily, I guess the next thing we could do, we could do entity.navigation. E.tags. Auto include. Nice. So now these will be include wherever. And there are fruit flies that genetically can't produce wings, so there are jokes that Alu wrote, right? Huh. You know? There might be. I wouldn't go that far, though. I'm not that smart. Neat. Why am I doing it this way? This is bad. They don't know how to make jokes. God damn it. God damn it. I mean, I can't make dad jokes either. Son of a bitch. Wham! I made a really bad joke in like 5th grade, you know? All right. Neat, neat, neat. There's a few other things that we can actually go and do. One of them is going to be recommended as kind of like an interceptor. Notice that we have a blog post repository here where we go and grab the posts as no tracking because we don't really care about tracking the entities. We just need them. We go and include them into a projection, but now we actually don't need to include that. We're just going to go and grab the post tags, eagerly load them, and the tags themselves should come with it. So I'm hoping that works the way that we'd expect it to. We go and we can grab a particular... What? There we go. That's the rewrite of that joke. The original was, what's something you cook food in and grows in the ground? Pots and pansies. The rewrite is miles better than your original. Is it? Are they? God damn it, that Danny mode is killing me. Yeah, I saw it, Caden. I'm just wondering if that's if one is actually better than the other, or if, you know, they're just both awful. Sounds better to you, you know? That's all that matters. So this is using a minimal API approach here, right? So the idea is, it's a joke you wrote when you were 10. They both have merits. Yeah. You were 10, you got it. So part of the neat thing here is that this cut 10-year-old Caden some slack. Absolutely. And I'm sure if I had empathy, I could. But your boy is what they call a sociopath. Can I do target type new? I can. Pog. Love that. Never. We're judging 10-year-old Kate. Got him. I have enough empathy for the both of us. Don't worry, Andy. A. As long as one of us does, that's all that matters, right? So, we add caching. We add the second level cache using the easy caching core provider. We grab the cache prefix. So now this is cached at the second level. No, they were super emotionally fragile at 10. It'd be like that. We add the service lifetimes here. So now with that in mind, I'm wondering, because they were an undiagnosed autistic, you know? Also, chat, completely unrelated, Cerulli makes some amazing emotes. Let's see here. Tag, post, blog, DB context, blog post repository, which goes. Grabs that. Never mind, I'll bully those people who bullied you. Let's go. Have them come see me. They will be, you know? Anyways, chat. So we got this going on here. And this is going to essentially just be a very simple get a blog post. Honestly, I'm wondering if it might be overkill to go and use the fast endpoints library here. I know what they've been doing has been migrating over into the newest version. And oh, but one of them apologized here? Hey. That's pretty neat. So fast endpoints is really neat. I particularly like this library. My problem is that they rely on nswag, and they've taken some minorly frustrating, opinionated they've taken some relatively frustrating, opinionated standpoints, but it's nothing I haven't been able to get over with. In fact, I use this at my current job. I've moved over to this pattern because this is a good pattern in a lot of ways. All right, Caden, have a good lurk. So they use a library called nswag, and nswag is really neat because it allows us to essentially go and generate clients and define other aspects here, right? So we can go and grab anything from an API controller, Swagger, what have you, deploy it into Swagger, and then go and generate a C# client. And that, to me, is worth it in a lot of ways. Now, the other thing that we're waiting to do, or that I'm waiting to see, is if nswag will be able to go and use system text JSON, because that is going to provide a lot of performance improvements. And if that's true, if that's the case, then this works quite nicely. Otherwise, we'll have to figure other things out. Well, that's generate clients can be used. Generate C# clients from an OpenAI. Generates plain old CLR objects or plain old C# objects. Plain old C# classes. What have you. But ideally, what I want to see nswag Studio, that's neat. I want to be able to use... Oh, this was updated 5 days ago? Neat. Replace link with iteration for performance improvements. Link is kind of strange too, chat. The behaviors for link can make a lot of sense, and they also model builder dot. Okay. So let's see here. The next thing we would want to do. I know I'm all over the place right now, but trust me, there are good reasons for this. So let's go and create a new folder. And we'll just call this extensions. And in here, we'll do a new class. And we'll just call this, assuming this loads, Visual Studio taking its sweet ass time, DB context extensions. And we'll make this a static class, and we'll do a public static DB context. And so let's go and check this out. Andrew Locke. Oh, no shot. That was the same guy. Neat. Strongly typed IDs, EF core. So let's see here. And they have the revisited. So essentially what we want to do is we want to go and create a new converter. I should have recognized the blog variety here. But this is essentially how we want to go and handle things right here, is using this value converter selector. And so the idea with this is now what we'll be able to do is we'll be able to go and create our own implementation, preserve the existing behavior for built-in converters, and then not have to worry about doing things on the client side. This should all be done on the database/server side. So they're used in the same way as the built-in value converters. And the neat thing about the strongly typed ID side of things, as you may see here, I don't remember if I actually put this in. Okay, so there is the second one. So that's fine. But ideally, this is where we want to be. So when you go and create a strongly typed ID and you go and create an entity framework value converter, you're opening yourself up to be able to do something like this. Now, we could go and do this directly in the configuration, right? And here we would say e.id has conversion EF core value converter, right? Simple, easy, gets to the point. But we don't necessarily just want to be able to do that. Rather, we want to go and essentially define some sort of extension on this, some clever extension method. And that's where we want to go and do this. So as you can see, it's on the replace service iValue converter selector. So that's how we want to go and do that. And this will be DB context options, actually. And this will be add strongly typed ID converter. This DB context options dot isn't that? Oh, it's DB context options builder. Context options builder. Context options builder, options dot replace service I value converter selector strongly typed ID converter selector. And here we can actually just go and do this. So now we got that. And then we'll come into here and we'll go and do a new class, strongly typed ID converter selector. And we'll go and mark this as an internal sealed class. And we'll go and have this implement the I value converter selector. Go, we'll implement. So now we have that. And by implementing this, again, we get the model CLR type and the provider CLR type. So now what we have to do is we have to figure out a way to go and override this behavior while also making sure that we keep a storage of the previously converted values so that way we don't run into issues where we try and avoid race conditions, where we try and do other aspects to this, right? But that's kind of the general notion here. So we want to go and essentially follow this with, for example, this concurrent dictionary. Now, notice they're using the non-interface, so we could go and do that as well. And instead, we can go grab this, paste that, grab this, delete that, put this on a new line, paste that there, and now we have this, and we can go into private, read-only, concurrent. There you go. Can you behave? No. There we go. Finally. Sheesh. God damn, it took a long time to get that. All right. But that's pretty much the idea there, right? That's kind of the idea behind all this, is to go and grab a concurrent dictionary and then essentially set this up as its own updatable factory to go and, well, display stuff. Display stuff? No, I mean go and grab all this. So let's go, and what we'll do is we'll copy this, and then we'll go through it and we'll see if this actually fits our use case, right? So right here, right off the bat, we're going to grab the base converters, okay? And we want to keep returning them because we don't want to eliminate them. We want to keep using them. So even though we're replacing the selector, we're still working with the base converters. And the base converters, what they do is they convert the types that are basic to .NET and the CLR into types that are going to be used via Entity Framework. So could be, for example, int to int, C# GUID over to a SQL Server unique ID, what have you, right? So we go and we grab the real type. So we unwrap a nullable type, and that's going to be done here. And this, chat, you're going to have ads in a little bit. So this here is a pretty simple method, and all it does is it checks to see if the given type is null. So let's go and clean this up, put on a couple of new lines here. So if the type is null, we return null. Otherwise, we go and grab the underlying type And if it can't find the underlying type for some reason, we call it a type. Oh, fast forward. Right? So, come through here, we yield return the regular converters. So now we go and check for other types of converters. And here we see, okay, if the underlying provider type is null, or the underlying provider type is a GUID, right? Then we proceed down through. Null means get any value converters from the model CLR type. So now we go through and we yield return the converters while also getting or adding them into the concurrent dictionary to make sure we have the most up-to-date values. Right? So get nested type, strongly typed ID, EF value converter. Well, I think it's just EF value converter. So I'm pretty sure we're safe to do that. Technically, this expression is false all the time, but I'm wondering, can I go and do, instead of that, let me go and do that. Welcome back, chat. Well, no, that actually changes the semantics of this whole expression. We don't want to do that. Can I just do... it has to be constant. Can I just do that? Oh. Yep. So it has to be that one. Okay. The converter type is not null. Converters get or add. Optional argument null. Overflow. Closure can be eliminated. Argument method as overload to avoid closure creation. Eh? Now what the hell is that? Interesting. I'm going to go and turn that into... Damn it. Can I go and abstract this? Okay, never mind. This will be fine. So, if we go down here, is written to follow the same patterns as the value converter selector it overrides. So we've created a concurrent dictionary for tracking the value converters in the same way the base class does. The dictionary in the base class is private, so we have to create a new instance of it here. So that's not a big deal. Right. We start by fetching all the application built-in converters and yield return on all of the returned implementations. That preserves existing behavior. Exactly what we want to do. We want to preserve existing behavior. We don't want to change anything else. So, by preserving existing behavior, we then allow ourselves to have quite the impact here. So now, we don't need this anymore. So I'm going to go and grab this name. And I am actually, you know what? We're going to go and leave this here. And we're going to say has default value SQL new sequential ID. Just to give this a little bit of a test, right? So now that we have that, we're going to come back here and we'll go and place that there. So that now that should be the nested type. But the whole point of this too is that, yes, we are using reflection as a way to go and discover this. However, this isn't the worst instance of using reflection, especially if this comes into play during a database migration, which we might actually have to go and do. So we'll do the same thing here. We'll go and give it a default value of new sequential ID. There you go. Now, we could go and configure the last remaining configuration, or go and apply the last remaining configuration, but I'm kind of curious to see if maybe what we can do is we might be able to go and do add migration. Initial migration context, blog, how would I call this? Blog DB context. So now it'll build. There we go. Now we see an error. Even better. Okay, so before we go and do that, let's come back over here. And let's go and actually try and do this the way it should be done. So let's go into the DB context extensions and add strongly typed ID converter. Let's come back here. And we'll go and do that. And now we're saying, hey, here's the converter, right? So kind of similar to how we're doing it here. Add DB context, options, replace service. So we want to go and add it first. So that way it goes before this, so that way it's already pre-registered. And then use SQL Server. So now, next thing to do remove partial modifier, single part. What? Okay, whatever. Man, there's a lot of references here, aren't there? You only have a single part. Now, hold on. Because if we go back into the post tag. All right, you silly goose. All right. You made your point. You made your point. You're still wrong. You're out of line. But damn it. Why you don't wanna do that? What happened? We don't want to do that. We want to do post ID dot new. And we want to do we don't want to do that. We want to do tag ID dot new. Neato burrito. Okay, so let's see here. A constructor declared in a type with a parameter list must have a this constructor identifier. Sure. But that's not where we're doing this. We're doing this here. Okay, so go and create system text JSON, go and create a type converter. Go and implement iEquatable, go and implement iComparable. I don't know if we need to implement iComparable, but iEquatable for sure. No. No, we'll implement comparable. That's fine. So we go and do that. Yes, technically we don't really need to do it there either. We could do it here, but whatever. Then we have that. We have the second level cache. We have the blog repository. So let's see. Can we go and do a rebuild? Why is it saying it needs to have a this constructor initializer? Where is this going wrong? Oh. That's fine. Because your boy's silly. Alright, let's come back here. And let's just go and get rid of these. And we'll just let Visual Studio do its thing. Because Visual Studio can do it, and so can you. Now we'll rebuild. Hey, love to see that success message. Now let's go and try and add a migration. Hey, and it added the migration. All right, so as you can see, unique identifier, new sequential ID, get date. All these neat things. Isn't that cool, chat? To me, that's really cool. And also, take a look. Post tag ID, unique identifier. Post ID. Create table, tags. Create table, post tags. ID, ID, ID. Unique identifier, unique identifier, unique identifier. PK underscore post tag, FK post tag, post ID, FK post ID. Lovely. Love it. Isn't that neat? That's really neat. Let's change it a little bit more, though, chat. Let's see what else we can change it to. Migrations are really cool. They can suck really awful. Like, let me tell you, migrations at work have been a nightmare. Because when you have multiple people working on the same project, it's going to be inevitable. You're going to have issues one way or another. But with migrations especially, you have to be extra careful. It doesn't matter if you know what you're doing or somebody doesn't know what they're doing. It's the combination of those two actions that tend to not end well. Also, I don't want to do get date. I want to do get UTC date. And I want to do get UTC date here as well. Entity dot property. Okay, cool. We don't have a created that. Perfect. So the neat thing about these migrations, though, is that, of course, we can just go and do that. Bye. Simple. Right? Simple, stupid. Very easy to just go and reconfigure as need be. And that's the other neat thing about this too, chat. So we could, of course, go into our blog post configurations and create a new one. But I think what we can also do is we can go and do L dot has key e dot post ID or e dot ID as name. Actually, I wonder. Hold on, chat. What are the overloads for this? So we have an entity type builder, a reference collection builder. So we can go and do e dot has key. Here, let's go and do pt. pt dot has key. Key dot id with name. PK post tag ID is clustered. And we can go and do L dot as I actually forget how to do that. So many to many CF core. So let's see here. So we could go and create our own, but this is it. So this would be it. As one tag. So then what we would do is we would come into post tag and we would do public tag, public post, and we would just do that. And then, yeah, we would set them equal to null. Like the article does. And that is pretty neat. So now that we have this all set, now I'm curious to see how Entity Framework will go and develop the rest. Also, list of tags, list of posts, and then we have post tags. The post, list of tags, post tags. Post tags, post tags. Okay. So let's go take a look at tag. Go take a look at posts. Pretty neat. I think I can get rid of that. Wait. No, don't load Teams. Please don't load Teams. No, I don't need that ID. So yeah, I can get rid of that. That's pretty neat. And we can come back into the tag class. Yeah, we don't even have it there. Perfect. So now what we can do... Oh, hush. All right. Don't you have this, you silly goose? Can I convert post tag? Oh, do I need to flip these around? Is that the issue? There. Has key. Has name. Okay, fine. Oh my god. One way or another, I'm gonna get this wrong. A 50-50 shot of getting it right, and I still get it wrong. God damn it. Okay. Type redundant here? Can I get rid of that? Guess so. That's pretty neat. Go and do that. Go and do that. There. Okay. Cool. Be happy. Unless you're me. Wait. No. Be happy. God damn it. Now we come back here. Add migration. Neato. And look at that. Chat, y'all are going to have an ad soon. But isn't that nice? Now we have this. With indices, too. Auto-created by Entity Framework. Love to see it. So, this is neat. This is exactly what we want to see. The only problem is nothing. This is perfect. This works so nicely, chat. This works so nicely. I'm so happy with this. So now, we have this set up. And it should work out quite nicely. I'm going to change that nvarchar max, actually. No, it's fine to stay as max. Max has a size of 2 gigabytes, chat. Just want to keep that in mind. So when you go and you declare SQL columns, such as, unique identifier, nvarchar, right? And you declare them in a certain size. So the SQL engine that you're doing in SQL Server will reserve, or at least attempt to reserve. Of course, there's some optimizations that go in and some other considerations, but typically it will attempt to reserve the maximum value of that when it comes to a variable character. So for example, nvarchar max, I believe, has a limit of 2 gigabytes. So hypothetically, you could be reserving up to 2 gigabytes per row for that kind of content. It is quite a large number. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it always will happen like that, but it is worth it to try and figure out an appropriate size. Keep in mind, unique identifiers and GUIDs are also relatively high on that scale. And varchars, what have you. And varchars, think of pretty much as double the size of a regular varchar. A varchar, doesn't really matter. And even datetime 2, because of its extra precision. And this is the default datetime 2, which I believe is datetime 2.7. So it can be incredibly precise, but that comes at the cost of just having a lot of data stored in your database. So this is probably fine because this is going to remain relatively small for me. But if you're seriously thinking of database performance, do some serious investigation to how large your data needs to actually be. Because you will end up shooting yourself in the foot if you're not careful. Actually, do I have SQL Server Management Studio? I do. We might be able to go and get a query plan to go and kind of look at this a little bit deeper. Not sure, though. Then on the other side of this, right, now we have strongly typed IDs in our API, so it's very hard to go and screw things up. Let's go and connect to here. See what databases we have. What is a stupid database that I have a lot of data in that I don't really care about anymore? Well, I do care about Eva Midnight, but we'll go into here, right? And we'll go and do Control M. So in SQL Server, Control M allows you to go and take a look at the estimated query plan. And then we should be able to go and take a look at live query statistics as well. So let's go and rerun this query. And then we're going to go and take a look at the execution plan. So go and we take a look, right? You'll notice that 100% of the cost is going to be in a clustered index scan. No big deal. But what we want to actually go and take a look at is going to be our physical binds, our physical operations, right? And if you go and you take a look, you can see that the estimated row size is 1,130 bytes, which isn't really that bad. Well, it's a good estimation. But if you had millions of rows, you would need to think about that SQL Server would try and allocate at least that much memory. So that's what I'm getting at. Which, of course, in this day and age, who cares? It's RAM. Like, what's the worst that's going to happen? Does this one have more data? No, it has no data. Does this one have more data? No, it has no data. Which one of these has data? Do items have data? You son of a bitch. God damn it. One day. All right. Maybe AdventureWorks has plenty of data. I don't know. Let's go and take a look at products. Neat. 504 rows. Just what we like to see. Go and turn this on, and let's run it again. So, let's go and take a look at this execution plan. That's not what I want to do. I want to do this. So now you can see there's significantly less in the row size, right? 229 bytes compared to our 1,100 bytes. Again, it comes down to what you're making the query planner and the query optimizer guess, right? Because eventually that is what is going to happen here in SQL Server. So, come back over here. And let's go and actually take a look at what table this is here, right? And I'm sure that the size of this is going to be relatively unfortunate. So let's go and do an SP help on the table. And if you're not familiar with SP help, it's just a very simple built-in stored procedure that we can use. Do I remember how to query things? I do. To go and take a look at certain ideas, right? Or to go and take a look at certain parts of the database. So now, if we go and we check this out, you can see that the ID has a length of 16, which is expected because it's a GUID. GUID being, what is it, 16 bytes? Pretty sure GUID is 16 bytes. But if you go and you take a look at the name varchar, right? It's got a length of 200 and description has a length of 2000. So the query engine has to go and keep this much in memory. Now, thankfully, there isn't a lot in there, but overall, that's essentially how that's going to be. So coming back to what we're doing over here, an entity framework, when we go and we take a look back at some of the... I have no idea where I put that stupid migration. See, already migration is causing me frustration. When we come back here and we take a look at this, you can see how important it is to keep sizes reasonable, right? So that's going to be 16. That's going to be 200. That's going to be 200. That's going to be 4 gigabytes. That's going to be 100. And these are going to have their own date time precision. So it's important for us to keep these in mind as we go and try and construct a better built-out database. And again, this isn't always how it happens. Okay? SQL Server is a pretty damn good query analyzer and a pretty damn good query planner. Not always how this works out. Sometimes you might even catch a break. So your results may vary, your mileage may vary. But overall, that's pretty much how this in general will look. There. I talk enough to make you think I actually earned my SQL Server certifications? Yes, chat. Your boy is certified in SQL Server and the Microsoft Data Platform. That is how he took the Omendan to become a Microsoft partner. I also have certifications in C# programming and a few other areas, but I don't normally list those because, to me, they're not as fun. Ha ha ha. Hooray, stupid little bragging rights, or something along those lines. Anyway, chat. Now that we have this here, we're running into this idea of, okay, we have commands and we have queries. We're doing a CQRS-based API. Is this a good idea? The jury is out on that, and this is something else that happens with design patterns. You have to consider, is this worth the added complexity to my code or to my code base? Sometimes the answer is going to be no. And in a lot of cases, when you're doing simple CRUD, create, read, update, and delete operations, this is way overkill. And in this case, yeah, this is probably way overkill because we're only ever reading, and very rarely am I actually going to use this to write. I'm just doing this as an exercise. But overall, when you go and develop your APIs and your web applications and things along these lines, you want to consider that. you want to consider, is this worth the maintenance, the complexity, the cognitive dissonance that's going to be required in the justification? There is a lot going on here that you have to keep in mind. I'm just doing this because I want to. But if this were an enterprise version of this project, and this is all we were doing, we're worrying about blog posts, I probably wouldn't even use Entity Framework. Especially not for reads. I'd use like Dapper. Okay? I guess I could get away with using Entity Framework to write data to my database and then sync it, and then use views and Dapper to go and read data back, because it's just that much faster. You don't do the as no tracking. You just grab what you need and go. It's that simple. Because now you're just writing raw SQL and letting Dapper handle the rest. It's fascinating. Here, we're just rocking with EF Core because, well, we can. And you know what? This is probably just going to be hosted locally, and I'll just go and push things up as time goes. But overall, I cannot stress this enough. Please consider what you're doing when you're working with patterns. Don't just do a pattern because, oh, this is the recommended design pattern and my senior uses it. Don't do that. Think about it. Spend a lot of time thinking about it, because that time will pay off a lot sooner than you would expect. For me, the time that it pays off is never, because I always end up somehow haphazardly implementing a pattern and then having to go and refactor it. So, you know, take that as you will too. I know this is an internal sealed class, but can I go and do this as a service registration lifetime? Stop that. There we go. Isn't this in the mediator class? God damn it. Where is that register? Is that from fast endpoints? Trying to think of that, chat. Okay. So now we have our DTO as well. Our DTO is a very simple abstraction. All it does is it just returns when the blog was posted at, the author, the title, the abstract, the content, and any associated tags, right? That's it. That's all we're ever going to return out of this DTO. We're not returning anything new. We're not returning anything extraneous. This is it. And so our front end, when we actually go and build our front end out on eludethecrow.info, that's all it will see. That's all we'll see from here. Is it'll just call this get blog query, and that's it. Right there. This is how it's all nicely wrapped up in this endpoint. Right? We go and call the mediator. We go and send it off into the mediator, and we process the result as an array, and life is simple. All right. And next thing that we would do is we would go and grab a blog ID. Kind of like this. All right. And this is kind of how it would be. And so we could go and grab the blog like this. I mean, obviously not exactly like this, because the way this is coded is not going to work. But this is one way of going through and grabbing a blog by its ID. So next thing we would do, we go and create a record, not a class, you silly goose. And we would say, let's see here, new template, record, get blog by ID. And I like adding query to the end of these because that is what they are. And then here we'll just do iQuery. And here we'll just go and do a blog post. And in here, we'll go and do a query ID, and then we'll go and do a post ID, And this, we'll just go and do query ID dot new, and then we'll go and convert this into a primary constructor. Post ID. There. Nice and simple. Right, chat? It's nothing as difficult as we make it out to be. Okay, so now we got that. So, now if I really wanted to be picky, and I want to do something even sillier than what I'm doing now, right, you'll see that we have this repository here. And you'll see that we have this get blog by ID repository. But what if I'm in a bigger system and I really only want to interact with a repository on its per type basis, right? So that is one repository per database table, which there are some organizations that are set up like that. And whether that's the cleanest approach, that's not for me to judge. That is for their use case. But if that is the cleanest approach for them, then so be it. But what if that is the case and we don't want to just return a blog post, a DTO here? What if we want to go and do some transformations on the model? Then what we would do is we would add a service, and that service would have its own way of calling the blog post repository. But in this case, it would just be the post repository, because that's what we would do. And then the service itself would handle the mapping between the post and the blog post. Because all the repository cares about is, can I retrieve data? Can I add data? Can I delete data? Can I update data? Right? That's all it cares about. It doesn't care about how the data should be formatted for the eventual return into a presentation. It cares primarily about retrieval and persistence. That's it. Where the rest is cared for is going to be in that service. So that would be what we would try and define. Now, again, we're not doing that here. We don't really need to do that here. But albeit, it's a goddamn chore. Now, the other question would be, well, why would you want to have a service when you're using Mediator, right? Doesn't Mediator take care of that? And the answer is yes. Yes, it does. And it does it quite well. So if we come in here, we could do get blog by ID query handler. And we can do a sealed class, and we can do iQuery handler. And we'll do get blog by ID query. And we'll go and do that. And we'll go and implement this. Notice it's implemented as a value task. And in here, what we'll do is we'll go and do a iBlog post repository. Can I make this internal as well? Neato. And then we'll go and do that. And there you go. And instead of query.id, you can see we get this nice compiler error here, this little red squiggly, right? Because that, A, is a private property, but B through Z is not the post ID. Pretty simple. Let's come into here, and let's go and expose this, and we'll make it public for now. Because this will come in handy later once we go and do idempotent stuff and atomic operations, transactional-based operations, what have you. That's when that'll come in handy. But overall, this is pretty simple. And again, the question becomes, do we really need the mediator pattern if all we're doing is basic CRUD? And the answer I will give you is no. There's a lot of C# coders, a lot of .NET coders out there that immediately see Web API as a project base and they go, okay, we're implementing CQRS and we're doing full domain-driven design. And it's like, no, you don't need to do that. It's simple. Keep it simple. It's wild to see just so many over-engineered products out there, and a lot of these have unneeded complexity that can make them a lot harder to deal with. Not even to mention a lot harder to explain, a lot less accessible. This is one of them. This is completely over-engineered. I am not immune to this. This isn't me saying it from a position of hypocrisy being, I'm so cool, I can do this. No, this is me saying, yeah, this is Hippocratic. And I want to go and do this one. I'm pretty sure. How does dependency injection minimal API? Dependency injection minimal API C#. So how do you do that? Blah, 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 blah. Tests, blah. HTTP client factory. Oh, you literally just do dependency injection. You literally just do dependency injection. Uh-huh. That's neat. Wait, you can also do... Okay, I'm very silly. God damn it. All right, where's that stupid-ass GraphQL shit? Out of here. Chat, you have ads. I'm gonna go and get rid of this for now. No, I'm not. All right. So here we'll go and do from services. From route should define a parse. And it doesn't. So go up here. Okay, that's fine. I mean, technically, welcome back, chat. So we're just going over some stuff over here into a little bit of on the record generator project. What can be used to generate immutable record types? Love it. What we're doing here, chat, is we're just trying to go through Oh, it's a dapper type handler. Okay, I'm silly. Pretty much one of the big things that we're just trying to do here, chat, is we're just going through and trying to make sure that we can find and work with the from services aspect. That's primarily it. Let's come back here. And I'm pretty sure this type converter is unnecessary. To generate a type converter, so what is there a separate one for Dapper? Okay, there is. Okay, never mind. So yeah, chat, that's the big question here. Is we have partial structs, yes. We have appropriate backing types, yes. But what we want instead of the appropriate backing types is we want to figure out why. Oh yeah, how do we inject cancellation tokens? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Minimal APIs. So let's go into here and let's check this out too, chat. So we want map get, yada, yada, yada. Working with ports, don't really care. Multiple ports, whatever. Read. No, I don't need to read. I'm an adult. Something along those lines. I don't know, chat. I don't really care. I don't even know what I'm saying. We're just vibing. Now that's interesting. Add dependency injection. Oh, I guess we could add keys like that, couldn't we? Yeah, but I want to find... God damn it. Minimal API cancellation token. There we go. Neat. No. Oh, so you literally just pass it in. That's neat. Okay. Thanks, .NET. There we go. Must be explicit or all implicit. Okay. Then let's just do implicit. And actually, let's go and do iMediator cancellation token. Neat. So how do you do from root? A. Okay, so we would have to create our own model binder. So, can I go and do this? And then we can go and do post ID. So like that. So when that gets interpreted. Okay. Just do exclamation point lurk. Trust me. Oh, yeah. There you go. Something like that, right? There we go. Neat. Okay. So that'll work. All right. Peaky peck. Unable to. Interesting. Well, that's probably something that'll merit a follow-up at some point, isn't it? But for right now, I'd say we've done a pretty good job on that. No, it also is probably waiting for us to go and implement the database, but I'm too lazy to do that right now. I don't really want to do that, yeah. So, while this is going on, go and take a look. This is all set. This is all set. I'm imagining the next big thing that we would want to do, since we're already over-engineering this, the next big thing that we would want to see, that we would want to end up doing, is going to be along the lines of creating some sort of minor event store and a way of tracking things that have happened within the application to answer the 5 questions of who did it, when did they do it, where did they do it, why did they do it, and how did they do it, right? And that can be incredibly important for us going forward, especially if there's any sort of auditing or, just we want to look back and see where things have been changed. Now, granted, we can control a lot of this in what we would call in the, in the configuration. For example, for posts, if we want to go and say, change this from posts to, we would do BA dot is temporal. And then we could also do But that's pretty much it right there, right? Is we would just say, okay, now it's a temporal table, meaning that it's system versioned, because Entity Framework now has native support to do that. There's a few other things we could also do within here. Now, notice I'm only marking the posts as temporal because the posts are really going to be what actually drive this particular section of the site. The other thing that we could do is, of course, we can come down here and do model builder dot as default schema log, right? And then we could just leave it like that. So now everything within this particular database context is going to have the blog schema. So it'll be blog.tags, blog.posts, blog.post tags, right? So that's particularly simple to work with. The other side to this is, of course, there's a few other options we can go off of the model builder here with. Of course, you know, the apply configurations. There's the has change tracking strategy, has annotation, finalize model, you know, has a DB function, has performance level. There's so many different options that we can do here and take advantage of. Now, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to leave it pretty much this simple. Then we're going to come back to our migrations and we're just going to remove them because why not? We'll leave posts this way. I'm actually going to take off the temporality because it doesn't really matter if they're temporal or not. We're the only ones changing these, right? Obviously, I'm not going to be posting anything heinous. And this database is only going to be relatively accessible by me. But going forward, you might need to add things like security checks, audit checks, sources, right? And that's going to be a big requirement. So there's a few ways around that. We could do that on the database level and just completely eliminate the need to do that here. The other thing is we can always attempt to partition our tables. We can keep the posting, the creating and the updating not exposed in our repository, right? So right now, our repository interface only ever exposes the get blog async and the get blog by ID async methods, right? It doesn't ever expose, and actually I should change this to get blog post by ID async. It never exposes the entirety of the functionality. And this is by design because we don't want to expose the functionality where we can actually go and modify the underlying behavior. We want to keep that under wraps. So one of the ways we could do that is instead of calling this the iBlog post repository, right, we could rather call this the iBlog post accessor. Right? And so now, by doing it that way, we've essentially encapsulated all of the read functionality within this blog post accessor. So, by keeping it this way, now we could come through and create a blog post repository class. And within here, right, we could call it an iBlog post mutator. Implement the iBlog post mutator interface with a primary constructor on an internal sealed class. Okay. And we would do class. And then we would go and do IDB context factory, blog posts, or blog DB context, context factory, and then logger, blog post mutator, logger. God damn it. All right. Let's go and do this real fast. So, we don't want to return post ID. At worst, we want to return an operation result, right? Some sort of indicator that'll demonstrate that an operation has either succeeded or failed without throwing an exception. We don't want to throw exceptions here because we can define a certain restriction in our domain for what's truly an exceptional condition. So, for example, deleting a blog post because it can't be found initially, or, well, we'll go along and you'll see what I mean. So let's go and check this out, right? So we go and implement these missing members. And let's start with delete. So here, we're going to go and do await using var context equals await context factory create db context async. Then we'll go and do try, and we'll do catch db update exception, not concurrency exception. And actually, okay, cool. They do have cancellation tokens. So then we can also catch the cancellation or the cancellation exception. Task canceled exception. And we'll just return here. And we'll just return there. All right. So the truly exceptional condition comes down here. These we don't really care about. Now, is it still throwing an exception? Yes, but we'll get to a way of dealing with these probably next stream, so that way we don't have this continual try-catch here, because we'll be implementing what's called the result pattern, right? And so the result pattern itself will absorb these exceptions and return them as useful errors, which will help boost our performance because exceptions are goddamn expensive. So, what we would do, so we need to go and delete a post, right? Well, let's try the simplest, dumbest way. Var post equals new post. ID equals ID. Context of remove posts, await, save changes. Pretty simple, right? Really, really simple. Okay? DB update exception. Maybe it just doesn't happen here. So we can go and do something like if Try Catch TV, thanks for the raid. What's going on? How's it going? How is your stream? Mods, can we get a shout out to Try Catch TV, please? Hello, hello. We do have an English-only chat here, but hope you're doing well, Ola. The reason is because my moderators don't speak, a whole lot of other languages, and I don't need them to go and do Google Translate. But welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. You're welcome, friend. Everything is well, thanks. Glad to hear it. Hope you had a solid stream. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Andy Alou. I'm a variety coder here on Twitch. I mostly stream coding. Sometimes I'll do a little bit of gaming here and there. But right now we're working on just a simple demonstrable API. But what were you getting up to, TriCatch? What were you doing? What were you developing? Were you developing software, a game, combination? What's going on? And my chat, if you haven't followed TriCatch, go give them a follow. You never know. They might be your next favorite content creator. And when somebody raids us, they're sharing their community with us, and we owe it to do it with them. Damn it. I was speaking too long. Also, sorry, Raiders, you got hit with an ad, but we were working in our community side project and back inside Nest.js. Nice.
Thank you for following TriCatch_TV. Hope you enjoy your follower emotes and watching Alu force push his changes like an absolute potato.
Yes, exactly as the message said. Welcome, 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 and thank you for that follow, TriCatch. I appreciate it. So yeah, this is working on your community side project in the backend side. Nice. That's so cool.
Thank you for following Flo_do_Lu. Hope you enjoy your follower emotes and watching Alu force push his changes like an absolute potato.
Yup. Hey, thank you, Flor DeLu. I appreciate it. Thank you for that follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So right now, what we're doing here is we're checking on if this post exists in a database, right? We're just doing an any. If it doesn't exist, yeah, then we obviously can't delete it. If it does exist, then what we want to do is we want to go and do var post equals await context that posts that find async. And then we'll go and grab the key here, which is just going to be ID. And we'll just go and do that. And then we'll just do... We don't need to do the extra check, so we can just go and do post dot or context dot posts dot remove posts await save changes async. And if anything throws from here, then yes, this is a truly exceptional condition and something wrong. Something went completely off the rails wrong here. Task canceled exception. Obviously, if the task gets canceled, who cares? We just return. And if we have a general exception that isn't handled by the other two, that is an exceptional condition, and we get out of there. Now, that's on a delete. The update and the create are going to be a little bit different, but to give you kind of an idea of where this results pattern might take us, we could rather instead have this return a value task of a Boolean, right? And so instead we would do return something like this, where the result is greater than 0. We would return false here. We would then also return false here, right? And then we would return the result here being greater than 0. All right. So now, instead, we're returning a little bit of a different meaningful result. Again, it's just a Boolean. There isn't really anything underneath it, and the actual results pattern is a little different. So we could go and take a look at this real fast, too. Results pattern, C#. This is a pretty nifty implementation. So we go and we grab the errors, right? And we see if the result fails. We go and see if it does fail, then task is in the wrong state. So we go and we process these, we go grab error messages. This is just a more meaningful way for us to handle conditions that are error-based, but are not necessarily what we would consider exceptional. And part of it is also because, well, exceptions are costly. The other part is using exceptions to work with your control flow is not really something we want to do, because that's just a smell. It's hard to maintain. It's hard to keep things going like this. As you can see, if we had more custom exceptions, if we had any custom exceptions, then it would just be catch here, catch here, catch here, right? And we would just keep adding them on. And that's not really something that I, quite frankly, am smart enough to maintain. So that's not something that we want to keep doing. So eventually we want to implement a true results pattern here. This is probably yelling at me because of configure to wait, but whatever. It's not the UI thread, so we can do that. That's fine. I don't really care. But yeah, that is one of the bigger notions here. All right. So with that in mind, the other aspect to this, the other big deal here is going to be, okay, now that we're semi-returning a result-like pattern, we can go and update the rest of these to also be value tasks of Booleans. Now, do we really need to do this? No, because again, this is just simple CRUD. We shouldn't really have to care about this. And honestly, if you're just making a very simple CRUD API, don't do this. It's not worth the added complexity. That's what you have to be judicious about. Is it worth the complexity? Chances are, it's not. All right, so now we have a blog post here, right? Now, we can go and do this. Ah! Wolfie, why? What's going on, Wolfie? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. And actually, we can go and leave this off. We can go and leave this off. And this is just going to be post ID. No, it's not. I'm just going to go and remove these for the time being. I'm going to remove the try catch for the time being. All right. So, Hoyaloo, I'm good, and you? I'm doing all right. Just vibing, just coding up an API. So this is part of the neat thing here, too, is that now we're able to go and return the result of this. Granted, this, again, isn't the true result pattern, but we're close enough. So we create a new post from the blog post DTO that we bring in, create the new post, context.add. We could go and even do add async and then pass in a cancellation token here. This is going to say, you know, such as the one used by, for all other cases, the non-async method should be used. So we can go and return that. Configure await. Yeah, we can go and add the configure await here too. once you do it one place, you're kind of hard pressed not to do it all over the place, you know? So now we have configure await. That's fine, because we're not really going to be waiting on a synchronization context here. Again, this is not interacting with some sort of UI that's going to be depending on some of this synchronization context. We need to go and do that on the UI cell. On the UI level is what I was going to say. So layer level side. But doing that here, who cares? So I guess the next thing would, of course, go and be the update blog post, right? This one's going to be a little bit more complicated because we don't have the blog post ID, right? Rather, what we have here since we don't have the blog post ID, what we're going to need, and also I'm going to keep this persisted here because it's going to make a lot of sense. Rather, what we're going to need is we're going to need to have some sort of blog post ID in on this. So how are we going to grab the post ID? This is going to be in the body of the request, get pickaxed. But this is going to be from the general container. Right, so this we'll actually see from the minimal API. So we can go and grab that. And do that. Just there are no strangers at all. In the dark, there are no strangers. There are no strangers at all. And that's as simple as it gets, chat. So now, what we've managed to do, as wild as it sounds, is we've managed to encapsulate all of our logic in this file within two separate classes. So we have the blog post accessor class and the blog post mutator class, which make up the total blog post repository. Now, granted, is this sloppy? Yes. Does this make sense to do? No. Again, no. One, you're using Entity Framework. Entity Framework in and of itself, when you're using things like DB sets and such, it's already the repository pattern. Now you're just putting an abstraction in front of an abstraction. Which, if you're switching database providers, if you're doing multiple whack things with multi-tenant context, left and right, sure. But in this case, we don't really need to do that. This is just an exercise. So we do what we must. Now, again, now that we've introduced this layer of complexity, we have to come back into the program. And we have to go back up into here. And we get to go into builder.services.add singleton and add the mutator. Hooray. So now we've added a mutator, an accessor. Now we need to go and add the appropriate commands and the appropriate queries. And in order to do this correctly, now we actually have to start thinking about things like authentication, authorization, and a few other different aspects that we weren't thinking about before. So this continues to grow and add complexity. Which, on one hand, hooray, more exercise. On the other hand, oh man, more shit to do. And I only have so much patience. So now we have DTO, DAO configurations. Let's go and add a new folder here. And we'll rename this to be queries. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and grab these two queries. I'm just going to put them in here. All right. So that'll work. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create another folder. And I'm just going to call this commands. Pretty simple. That should work out nicely. Now, what I could also do, if I wasn't so goddamn lazy, I'll do it, is I'll go and put the query handlers within the queries folder here. That's fine as it is. That won't make too much of a difference at all. We'll go and remove the unused decorations in the folder. Come back over here. We'll import these, and we're good to go. Nice. Love it. So now that we have that, we've imported these, life is good, right? Here, let's go and do a public query ID, and we'll go and implement these. It's all fine and dandy. All right. So now that we have that, we can go into our commands. And in our commands, we can also do some whack shit. So let's start off with something silly. Delete post, or delete blog post command. Now this is pretty simple, right? It's just a simple command. So here we can go and do a post ID, or post ID. This will implement an I command. And this won't return anything because, again, part of this pattern, part of the CQRS pattern, command query responsibility segregation principle, part of this is that queries return data. Commands affect state. They rarely, if ever, cross. Now, this can be interpreted in a few different ways. One of the ways could be, okay, so if a command doesn't return anything, then how do you implement the results pattern? Well, now your command will return something, but that response won't be a post here. It won't be an underlying entity. It will be something along the lines of some sort of result. The other area to do this is, okay, if my commands don't return anything, then we could just fire and forget this as an event. So if we have a failure, we fire off a failure event. If we have a success, we fire off a success event. Otherwise, we don't really care what happens. We just need to know that these are fired off. So right now, I'm going to just leave this as an empty I command, and we're going to add a public command ID, a command ID, and we'll just go and do that. Simple. Of course, we don't really want to do it like that. We probably want to go and do something like this, where it's a little bit easier to understand. And we're probably going to want to go and do the same thing in the queries. Now I think about it. So we'll just go and make this read-only and give it a default. Sure. So now in our command, our delete blog post command, Now we can go and create a delete blog post handler, right? So now we can go and do delete blog post command handler. All right. So this will be an internal seal. And this will implement I command handler of delete blog post command. And we'll go and implement this. So now let's go into here again, and this will be an internal sealed record. Come back here. Notice they put in this unit here. All right. This is just a blank marker interface for what they can do. Eventually what we'll do is we'll have this set up in an idempotent and transactional behavior, so that way we can wrap this all in one transaction, and we avoid that printer won't print problem where we go and fire off multiple commands at one point in time. Well, not multiple commands, but multiple instances of the same command. That's what we're trying to avoid. So in here, what we'll do is we'll go and grab the I blog post mutator, and an I, and that will be it, actually, because I don't want to grab anything else. And in here, what we'll go and do is we'll go and do that. Pretty simple, right? Now, notice, and keep this in mind, this returns a Boolean. So what we could do, if we really wanted to, we could change this unit value and this unit here in the handle method to go and return a Boolean or some sort of message-based response, right? Because that is within our realm of concern and that is within our domain. So instead of just returning this, we could go and we could return some sort of Boolean. Yeah, my favorite Lou is on. Let's go. Hey, how is you? Hey, wise one, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Welcome on in. I'm just vibing. Just trying to explain and think through my thoughts. So instead, again, of returning this unit, what we would do is we would come in here and we would make this return a bool. We could also make it return a string. We could make it return a whole lot of things. But for now, we're going to have this return a Boolean. And we'll come into here and we'll have this also return a Boolean. And then we'll come into here, we'll have this return a Boolean. And now, what we can do is we can say var operation results equals that, and then return operation result. Now again, this really doesn't sit right with me, because this isn't what we want to see returned, right? What we want to see returned is either the success, aka the, yes, this went through, so eventually a no content, or we want to see the failure, which is just a, oh no, this didn't go right, and we returned a 400, a bad request. We returned a 403, forbidden, right? Because eventually down the line, that's the type of granularity we want to get to in this API. We want to make it that level of robust, because it doesn't make any sense to just return false. What the hell does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. In fact, that's way more confusing than returning nothing and just throwing an exception. And we don't want to do that. So, the repository, obviously, the repository cannot handle that kind of response, right? It doesn't have that level of granularity. So the repository itself is only going to return a Boolean. Now, the mediator layer itself may have the power to go and fish out these different type of errors. But as we're starting to see, maybe there's some sort of intermediary layer that we're also going to need. So again, this comes back to that idea of, is this worth the complexity? Is this worth the maintenance? And for the purpose of our exercise to go and try and successfully implement this particular pattern, I would say the answer is yes. But realistically, in terms of this application's usefulness, the answer is going to be no. This shit's way too complex already. All we're doing is we're just adding time. There's nothing else here. Like, there's no sense. I also just realized I have a elite amount of followers. 1337. Let's go. Thank you, chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, that's kind of notion. Either way, we've got a lot of work to do on that front. And we've got a lot of options to just kind of weigh out and see, does it make sense for us to return a bool? Should we instead try and focus on something like what we have in our shared library, right? So in the omenden.shared, we have the results pattern. Now I can go and update this to .NET8 today because there's really nothing else that we actually need to go and update. I'm actually gonna probably go and delete the source generator section here. But this is the omenden shared library chat. And so this library in and of itself isn't really anything particularly great to write home about. I mean, it's just a library of small utilities, small specifications, and a small amount of responses. But this response here is what I'm looking at when I'm talking about the response pattern that I want to implement, right? We only care if the resulting operation here has been an error. Otherwise, if it's a success, we're optimistic. Otherwise, return errors, a correlation ID, client errors, and all these other sides here. Because overall, that's honestly what makes the most amount of sense. So let's see here. Now we can come into here, and we can also add net 8.0. Nice. Gonna go and delete the delegates folder. Don't really need it. So now that we have that, we can actually go and let's see, what dependencies are we running on? System link async, system link async, and system link async. Did system.link.async ever get absorbed? I don't remember if it did. Oh, okay. Sorry, chat. My cats are deciding that they're gonna have to fight right here, and right now. And it's like, can you go and do some other things? Go somewhere else. So I don't think this ever got absorbed. Yeah, it's just in the... Yeah. Yeah, because it targets .NET Standard. But these are all greater than or equal to, so that's fine. And it's used by these. Okay, system.interactive.async. Okay. Can I find something in .NET 8, please? I think that's it, chat. I think that's all this is ever going to be. I don't think it ever got absorbed. Link enhancements? Hold on. Link chunk. Oh, yeah, God, that would be incredibly difficult to add. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Point is, now this is able to be utilized in .NET 8. Now, hold on. What do I have installed? Analyzer. All right. So we can go and download you. And we can download you. And then JetBrains annotations. Neato burrito. Okay. So now we can go into here. That's not where I wanted to go. And go into here. And I'm pretty sure packaging. Okay. Optimize code. Reference assembly. That's fine. Okay. Yep, that's all fine and dandy. Update to .NET 8. Okay. Then how do I remove NuGet package from project at release? I don't want to install all of them. I just want to remove how to not include package in NuGet. References project A. The best way to realize it is to abandon using Tyrannus. Okay. So, controlling dependency assets. You might be using a dependency purely as a development harness and might not want to expose that to projects that will consume your package. So you can use private assets. These assets will be consumed. These assets will not be consumed. These assets will be consumed but won't flow to the parent projects. Okay. So I'm assuming... Okay, so then it's just this one. Neato burrito. So go and pack it. All right, let's go and check out the folder. Uh-huh. It's just one problem. It's not built in release. I'm going to go and delete that. And we're going to go to release. And then we're going to go do a clean and do a build. Hey. Now I need to figure out how exactly I'm going to go and do that. Publish package, publish a package, publish a package. Next steps. No, all I want to do is know how to sign a package. There we go. That's not it. Damn it. There we go. Blah, blah, blah. I have one of these. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, neat. Chat, we're going to go over to this screen. And use you. There we go. That'll do. So, chat, all I'm doing right now is I'm just grabbing some parameters to go and sign off these NuGet packages. It's nothing too wild out there. I just totally forgot what the commands were to do that. But once I go and get this done, then we'll be in a pretty good position. And we'll go and see what else we can do. So let me go and change this up. And let me go and figure this out. Is that what I want to do? Trying to remember what the fingerprint is for this.
Like I'm chunk it, chunk it,
Chunk it, chunk it.
chunk it, chunk it, and plump it, plump it, plump it.
Hey. Yeah. I may have messed up. Oh no. Or not, I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. I know what I'm doing. Sorry, chat. So, chat, if you're joining and you're wondering, well, why is Alu on his is he on his just chatting screen? Because I just remembered I need to go and do some stuff that involves doing some code signing stuff, and you know, your boy also forgot that means that he has to get a particular code. Ow! Vampire, what's going on? Nope, no, I do not. Is this it? No. And Vampire, how's it going? Thanks for shouting out Vampire, by the way. Mm. It's going, just chilling right now. Chilling while crispy. Got it. Huh. But yeah, chat. Code signing certificates are a bit of a chore at times. And sometimes they're not. Just need to figure out where the hell it went. God damn it. Next. Next. Okay. A hydrate. Thank you. You loved this screen? Nice. Ow, Wolfie. All right. So ow. Wolfie and Vampire. Two people that I can always rely on to throw shit at me. I ain't done nothing. Pretty sure this is it.
NANI?!
Nani? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. So oh, there's an ad incoming. Is that right? Is that right? I don't know, chat. I don't know. I won't know until I try and upload the package. I mean, technically you can't do anything to this without the password. But hey. Successfully uploaded. Let's go. And it was signed, I'm pretty sure. So there's that. Hooray. Well, bye, Alu. Yep. And now I'm back. Thanks, ads. So neat. This will get indexed at some point. That's cool. Now, I guess the next question is, can I upload the... Nice. Okay. That's cool. All right, so now we have an updated and shared for .NET8. So at the very least, it will build on .NET8. At least that's what we've tested for. I don't know about anything else. I'm just happy that it'll build there. So now we can also go and say goodbye to this. Damn it. Update runtime to support .NET 8. And we'll push it. There. Neat. Happy? I'm not. Okay. Anyway, so the point is that now we have that pushed, submitted, what have you, signed off. Now it should be able to go and get validated on NuGet, which will be nice. And then, of course, we also have some other aspects to this, too. We got a few more packages that we're going to try and get pushed out. But, hey, we've also hit almost 20,000 downloads on our NuGet packages, so that's always pretty neat. Let's go and close the tabs below blazorise for now. Let's come back to NuGet. Hey, would you look at that? It got indexed, right? Hey! It got indexed. Let's go! Where are we at? Almost 21,000 downloads. That's pretty spicy, chat. That's pretty spicy. And look at that little Staragon up there just being adorable. Neat. All right. We had some more work to do on that anyway, don't we? But yeah, chat. Just authoring a lot of these things and trying to get them to work out the way I'm doing. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to get started, which is surprising. But surprisingly, where it takes a lot is not where you would expect. It doesn't take a lot in the coding side, no. As long as you have a basic understanding of algorithms and, you know, some sort of direction for what you want to do, or if you want to simplify something, you're good to go. Where it takes a lot is figuring out the goddamn tooling around. Because let me tell you, it took forever to figure out how to publish a NuGet package in an appropriate manner. And god damn, is that not gotten any easier for me. And maybe I'm just silly. Maybe that's the whole problem. All right, so now we have app.map post. And this is just going to be blog add. Right? And here we'll just go and do this. We'll label it async. We'll do mediator. And we'll just go and do that. And we'll go and do from body. And we'll just go and do a blog post. And we'll go and do a cancellation token. And here we'll go and do await mediator.send new add blog post command, blog post, and a cancellation token. So this I'm going to comment out. Oh my god, I don't have access to that. Okay, fine. Whatever. We'll go and do that. Let's go and do app.map delete blog delete ID. Hello, do you think Maui is good for desktop apps, or is there something better within .NET? I think Maui is great. I'm actually using Maui to develop a suite of desktop apps, Zaitachi. How you doing? Zaitachi? Dang it, I thought you were ending soon. I owe you a raid next time. Oh. Yeah, what's going on, Mike?
Thank you for following Zayachi. Hope you enjoy your follower emotes, and watching Aliu force push his changes like an absolute potato.
Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Thank you for shouting out How's a Mike as well. Mike, what's going on, bud? You don't owe me anything. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate you thinking of me. Hope you're doing well. What'd you get up to tonight? Oh, you were playing StarCraft, too. Hey, yo. Love StarCraft. Not enough to play it anymore, but did enjoy StarCraft a lot. Since Maui is good by any chance, can you tell me the right path from the start, C#, etc.? I mean, the right path comes down to your use case, right? Like, I'm sure you hate hearing it from developers all the time, but your right path is, it depends. It depends on your use case. It depends what you want to do with your knowledge. If you're looking to just making simple, basic desktop apps, then yeah, just going about it via C# is going to probably be your best bet. I mean, it's a very extensible language. It has a lot of different features to it, and you can target multiple platforms. You can target Android, iOS if you have a Mac device, ties in, and more platforms are going to be revealed over the next developing months. You can, of course, use a web-based interface with the Blazor hybrid model or the DotNetMaui Blazor model. And that expands you even further because now you have the web view and you can inject things like WebGL and other JavaScript frameworks like Babylon JS and what have you. It's a huge platform and a huge amount of just knowledge that we're just starting to crack the surface on. And that's kind of what I'm doing. That's kind of the point of what I'm streaming in a lot of ways, is trying to crack that surface in .NET-MAUI. So if you keep watching and you watch C# Fritz, who is another teammate on the Live Coders team, he's going to start doing Maui stuff too. And Thindall. So highly recommend you go and check them out as well for some knowledge on Maui. But I would say, yeah, C#, solid starting point. The other thing I would say about programming, just in general, to get started on programming, and this doesn't necessarily apply to you, Zayachi. This applies just in general, is to get really good at problem solving, specifically word problems. Otherwise, whatever. Program in C, pointers, assembly, manage your memory with it. No. Why are you like this? Bad. New delete blog post command. New post ID. Who's teaching the C Sharp? You said they are on Twitch too. C Sharp Fritz. Yes, he is on Twitch. He's actually just celebrated his 6th year partner anniversary. Go and give him a shout out. Go and check him out. Highly recommend it. Don't sync your app with runtime bloat. Software in C will stay afloat. Who hurt you, Mike? Who hurt you and made you this way? All right, so now we've effectively mapped. It's a parody of... And it never stops being funny to me. Ha 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 ha. If I didn't have to see and program and see ever again, you wouldn't hear me complain. I'm just gonna level with you. I would never complain. Alu loves C. No! Why are you like this? GraphQL keeps popping up lately. Is it particularly easy to add to your app? There is a little bit of a learning curve, and that's actually what we're exploring in this particular API. Is that a bit of a learning curve, Dread Breadcrumb? Part of it's going to be from that idea of just getting what you want and only what you want, nothing more, nothing less, and trying to do it from a relatively simple single endpoint. There is a bit of a learning curve with that, but it's not something that is insurmountable. So, to me, no, it's not hard to add to this app, especially since we're doing it from the beginning. In production at work, that's actually
走れソリよ風のように月見原をパドルパドル
God damn it, Mike. That Twitch uses employs GraphQL. Yeah. The International Game Database. Yeah. It's not hard to do. I mean, we're currently using that in another app. Let me finish this real fast. Add blog post command. That's all I want to do. We're currently using GraphQL in another app, in our Magic the Gathering viewer app. And this is particularly a relatively simple way to go about it. Not necessarily going to be the greatest way, but it sure does work out. Or maybe I'm not using it in this app. Either way, I have access to it. So we can go and grab a lot of these query builders, and we can go and just do a full understanding of how these are going to work. But you don't have to go this in depth when it comes to using GraphQL either. This is just for the query side. So we're querying into GraphQL, but to query or to create a GraphQL-based interface, yes, there is a bit of a learning curve, but it is not as severe if you've already been messing with APIs. It's not as awful as a lot of people make it out to be. I'd have SQL Server Management Studio open. Oh, was I going over execution plans? God damn. What's wrong with me? 229 bytes, though. Not bad. No, don't launch Teams, you silly goose. What?
Nani?
Nani? Oh. Oh, I guess that is literally just on that program. Neat. Anyway, yeah. So, it's nothing too bad, nothing too awful to go through. And honestly, there isn't really anything too particularly complex with this. I'm going to close that out for now, and we'll come back here. And we will go back to adding this blog post. You're still a bit new to APIs and such, got thrown in the deep end and trying to learn to swim. Still, though, interesting to find powerful new ways to do old things. Yeah, there's always a fun new direction that programming is going to take. Whether it's, now the enforcement of minimal APIs, whether it's the usage of a library like fast endpoints, which is kind of just a wrapper around minimal APIs with a little bit more functionality sprinkled in. GraphQL is a cool thing. gRPC is pretty neat. There's so many different ways to solve various problems and sometimes solve the same problem. And that's what, to me, keeps coding as a very big passion. Sealed. I'm going to make this an internal sealed record as well, because really, I don't want these to be viewable from any other assembly. So yeah, it's fine that they're internal. We'll go and do a public command ID. We'll go and implement that. And then here, let's see, what do we want to do? Well, when this comes in, what we want is we want to... So I'm not going to do a primary constructor on this. You tried to get into it way back in the WCF days and it just never clicked. I feel you. And when I first learned coding, when I first started learning it, I just couldn't handle it. I was like, oh, hell no, this is dumb as shit. I don't want to do this. I'm annoyed. And a lot of it came down to the fact that we were learning QBasic, Java, and C++, and it's like, ugh. Talk about that to a blossoming young, stupid kid. But also, just in general, the teachers I had were very, well, you don't understand simply because it's physically impossible for you to understand. You know what I'm saying? They had significant doubts. So, oh nice. Our NuGet packages got our NuGet packages got updated. Neat. All right, so let's go and do some of these things. Nice. So now that we have that, we can go and do this. And if we really want to do some wild stuff, we could add validations. So chat, when it comes to doing things like this, right? This is one way of going about adding validations, is to use a library like Fluent Validations, right? It's pretty neat, pretty simple. Doesn't really take a whole lot to start off with. And honestly, it does get the job done nicely. Now, does it play nice with minimal APIs? We'll find out. Is it too complicated for what we're trying to do? Abso-goddamn-lutely it is. That's why we're doing it. So if we go and we take Fluent Validations, right? And we go and install this here. And we install this. And we install this. Now what we can do is we can go and create a set of validators for particular blogs and their blog commands. And this will allow us to kind of control what is required and what isn't required, right? But this will also open us up to being able to create other pipelines within the mediator side of things. So now instead of just having an error logger handler, which we have right here, honest logs is just particular errors that come through. We can have a validation pipeline to run these automatically against the commands based off of if there's a validation. Then we can also add in some other various steps in a mediator pipeline, such as an authorization, authentication.
Thank you for following Dread Breadcrumb. Hope you enjoy your follower emotes and watching Alu force push his changes like an absolute potato.
Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. Yes, as they said, we are force pushing changes like an absolute potato, because there's nothing I love more than doing that. So, this here, really neat. One of the things we can do is come into our blogs feature. So that's the other thing that I've done, is I've done a semi-domain driven design. And I say semi because there are some aspects from it, but it's not the entirety of this, right? So aspects, this is done by feature. Ow, Serby. Maz, can we get a shout out to Serby, please? But this is also a feature, right? It's not fully DDD. Ow! Caden. Shout out that kobold. So help me. So let's go and do an add blog post validator. All right, well, since my mods don't want to. There you go. Go follow Serby. Chet, you're going to have ads. We'll come back to this view, mostly because I actually forgot that while this is going on, I totally didn't do the right thing. There we go. I may have forgotten to do the right thing here and swap this out to that ad notification. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Also, you may have noticed that my chat interface now supports pronouns. So if you have it set up with the pronouns extension from Frank or Facey or Alejandro, you're good to go. Caw! Alu, how? Do you have streamer bot, Serby? So StreamerBot, I highly recommend you go and check out. I'll show in just a moment once we get back from ads. But it is a pretty neat utility that I use. Use a bunch of browser sources. Gotcha. Do you have a strong PC or a relatively weak PC? A good PC? You suck at code? That's all right. You can be really good at code, or you could be really terrible at code with StreamerBot. StreamerBot's really neat. I use it. This is also what Puffin uses, and I'm pretty sure Mega uses too. But yeah, it's a pretty neat little thing. I'm not going to do it here, but it supports various broadcasting software, streaming platforms, has tons of API support, has tons of integrations as well. And it's just overall incredibly extensive, and it just works really nicely. I also use SpeakerBot. That's how you go and get the chat overlays. I'm using a Stream Elements chat bubble of pronouns, but very little custom. I get you. You need to migrate all your bot commands to the spot. You're just lazy. Yeah, that's what I did. And there's a lot of extras that you can add to this too, which makes it really useful. But they did this with the idea of you can go as wildly custom as you want with C# code, or just as, basic as you need with relatively simple extensions. It's not awful to see. Hey, Sabadass, thanks for the raid, bud. Hope you're doing well. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? How was the Talos Principle? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. My name is Andy Alou. I'm a variety coder here on Twitch. This is pretty much all I do is code and go over gushing my terrible code quality. So, your music is overstimming you a bit, sadly, but you'll keep it in mind. I feel for you. Sorry about that, Serby. But Sabadass, thank you so much for that raid. Chat, if you haven't followed Sabadass, go follow him. He's an amazing content creator. Plays a lot of fun games. Does a lot of charity work too. So, highly recommend checking him out. All around good guy. And of course, he might be your next favorite content creator. You never know. So, never hurts to go and follow someone. Thanks again for the raid. So yeah. All we're doing here is we're just trying to go and add a validator. So, if we go to override, or actually, no, we want to do a constructor here. So, we can go and validate this womp, We can go and do all these rules. And instead of doing not empty, no, wait a minute here. I can help out with unit tests. This dot assert true. When's this a badass Alou coding stream? You know it. When is it, Sabadass? Can I actually do the right thing? Wait a minute. Hey. That's funny. Okay, cool. Neat. So now we have some basic validators set up for the blog post command. All right. And this is pretty neat. So fluent validation is nice. And one of the big things that we could do as well is we can come in a mediator, and in the pipeline behavior, we can go and add a new class, and we can call this the validator pipeline behavior. Right, and so now we can go and do an internal sealed class of tRequest, tResponse, and implements an iPipeline behavior of tRequest, tResponse, where tRequest is of type tResponse. think. And T request is I request. So I think that is the way we do it. So now that we have that, we can go and implement this. And now it's a matter of figuring out, okay, so we have this validation pipeline behavior, right? If we go and we take a look, that's not where I want to be. Do I have this already done somewhere? Oh, crap, I know where I have it done. God damn it. Ugh. Talk about a lot of effort. Pretty much what we want to do is we want to go and grab a set of validators, right? And if we can go and grab the validators, then we want to go and validate them. All right, we want to go and validate the request. So we want to go and grab the context and track any failures. And if the failures are equal to that, if the failures are not equal to 0, so I'm just going to say if they're greater than 0, then we throw a new exception. Otherwise, we go and handle this and move on. Thank you, Copilot. You saved me. So now we could probably go and get rid of that. Oh, no, we'll keep that. So we go, we validate against the context, we validate the message, we go and make sure that this is not null. Otherwise, we go and throw the new validation exception, and then we go and handle that on the user side. Then we have next. Yeah. And we go and handle the response for next, and then we're good to go. So, with that in mind, now what we need to do is we need to come down here, and wherever we're registering mediator, here, we need to go and register our particular handlers. So that's something else to keep in mind. Is that the way mediator works is that now we have to go and do builder. Or is it in the options here? I forget exactly where. Options dot. Okay. So it's not up there. It'll be in builder dot services. No, don't add cores. Stop. 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 Oh my god. All right. Let's go and check out the library. This is just going to frustrate me. Mediator. Source generator. Not you. Well, actually, maybe you. Add behavior. Maybe you're up in here too. Right? What do you have? Namespace, get property value. Okay, what is this? There. All right, let's go and check this out. Use pipeline behaviors, sealed class, add singleton. Okay. So there isn't one in specifics. It's just add singleton. Got it. So we would do services. We do builder.services. Add singleton. And we would do type of pipeline behavior. Type of error logger handler. And then we would do validator pipeline behavior. And there you go. There's that. But the other thing we could do, and I'm pretty sure this has been updated, is we could go and take a look for a package called Scrooter. Now, Scrooter is really neat because what Scrooter does is it allows us to essentially go and use assembly scanning to go and work with dependency injection frameworks and allow us to just go and install these libraries in that fashion. So, or you know what I mean? It allows us to go and scan assemblies for these. So what we can do is we can go and do builder.services.scan. And here we can go and define our scan. We can do scan dot. And we'll go and do, let's do from executing assembly. And then we'll go and do add classes, type of validator pipeline behavior. Ow! Hey, baby. You return? Nice. I pipeline behavior. Oh, you can't do open generics like that? Oh, then maybe I won't be able to go and do this. Just kidding. As implemented interfaces. With singleton lifetime. Hooray! Now look at that. So, what does this do? Essentially, it eliminates this. Now, since we have these two pipelines, and we have mediator up here, there's just one tiny problem. All right, one small problem. Pipelines have to be in a specific order in order for them to work correctly. If they are not registered in that order, they will not work as intended. And in fact, you might get some unexpected results by calling the logging behavior second and the validation behavior first. You know, it's an unfortunate part of this. All right, friends, I gotta get to bed. Catch you all later. Have a good night, Sabadass. Thanks again for the raid, bud. Sleep well. So, while Scrooter works really well for this, when it comes to other aspects of Mediator being implemented, when it comes to pipelines, it's not necessarily the right choice for the job, but I'm still going to keep Scrooter installed because there may be some other aspects where we can actually go and use it. Now, the other thing with this and the power of assembly scanning, no yawning. Yeah, I'm trying not to put it away. The other aspect to this and other things that we're going to actually see is, of course, alongside of the validation errors and this whole pipeline itself, is we need to actually go and track some of these other issues. But for the most part, I'd say our accomplishments on this have been pretty strong. And we've made a lot of progress both here on NuGet, Caden, and we've also made a lot of progress in a few other directions too. Like chat. This has been a very successful intake.
Thanks for continuing to support the Omen Den Baybokt with your tier 1 sub. Hope you continue to enjoy your emotes and ad-free viewing with Aliu.
Bobo, hey, I see you trying to sneak in here with that 25-month resub. Appreciate it. Welcome back to the Omen Den. Hope you continue to enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes and being my mod. What's going on, buddy? How you doing? Also, Babo, you might get a call tomorrow. Because I may have listed you down as a professional reference, just to let you know. Just to let you know. Heck yeah. Oh no. Monka S. I put in a good word for you. I appreciate it, bud. Thank you. Tell him Andy stinks. Now, hold on. Ah! Chat. That's a pretty good job. I'm actually quite happy with where we're at when it comes to just doing a lot of this side effect here and trying to keep things from having side effects. Why did I say side effect? I'm happy with how far we've come in terms of just getting a lot of these dependencies resolved, a lot of these new ideas constructed, the mediator layer being finally actualized, and now the blogs being able to have a database migration, right? So we can go up here and we can go and do this. I don't know if this will actually build. This might fail on building. Yeah. It is going to fail on building. That's fine, though. I don't really care. Delete blog post command. So, nice work, Babo. Come up here. Internal. Wait, what? Hey. Hey. What's going on here? Do I need to make these all public? Is that the problem? I don't know. Mediator.send. This is internal. Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's fine. I don't really care. What? Well, that's a hell of a jump. God damn. All right, chat. I'm not gonna get a whole lot further on this. Not gonna hold you. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a quick Git repository. And what we're also going to do is we're gonna push it to the Omen Den. How? Just get unlucky. A simple API for elude the curl .info. License template. We'll go and give it Apache, default ignore. Owner is the Omen Den under my account. Yep. And we'll go and do a create and push. Poggy wonkies. Okay, so now we got that. I'll come back up here because that got pushed. We'll go to your repositories, and that's not the right one. We'll go to your organizations, go to the organization repositories. We'll go to our repositories here. We're going to go and fix Crowbot 36 probably at some point this week. Don't think I've forgotten about that, chat. I also haven't forgotten about a few other projects that we have here at the Omen Den. We've got a few things to do when it comes to updating all of these and getting these all nice and set. So we're going to try and handle the rest here. So let's go and do a squash and merge, confirm, delete the branch here, come up into here, and we're just immediately going to go and change that, and we're going to go and commit this. Nice. Nice. So now this should auto merge. Legendary Cerberus, what's going on? How you doing? Okay, neat. So now we've got that, and we have this set. Again, we've done quite a lot of work today. We've done it across a few different applications as well. So that's been nice. And we even pushed out our NuGet package, which is also really nice. Particularly happy with that. Did we push this? We did. So let's go back over into... How's the package deployment going? All good. We deployed. So let's go and create a new release. 2023 11/27. Release 6. Okay. There's a NuGet packages. Sure. I don't actually know what I'm doing with this, so we'll just go and do that. There we go. Neat. That's released. Awesome. And yes, you do have ads coming in. Or, well, you are under ads, but they'll be over soon. That's all I did. There you go. We'll stay on the screen for a little bit longer, chat. While I do that, I'll also go and pull up NuGet again. And we'll just go and whoopsies. Go into here. Ah, cute little dude. Only 21,000 downloads though. It's pretty good. So we got the rest of these to update. But we can go and update those at a later time. Welcome back, chat. So to answer your question, Legendary Cerberus, it went well. We've deployed. We deployed directly. It's now listed, so we're good there. I just released the package on GitHub as well as release 6 with the NuGet package, the SNuGet, and then the rest of these. I don't know if that's the right way I've done that. Oh, well, I guess I did DLLs. Lol. Whatever. I'll figure that out later. And then the rest has just been working between various applications, .NetMaui application and this current UI or API application. So, API application, and this current API. That's pretty much been how we've spent our time, and it's been particularly constructive. I've been particularly happy with what we've been doing, and also I've been very happy with how cool Copilot has been. Like, you want to talk about some really cool shit? GitHub Copilot has been just knocking it out of the park today. I'm going to go and try this one more time. I don't understand what that error is all about. Why did you fail? Why are you failing? Now, wait a minute here. Are you public? You are public. Oh. Oh, betrayed by my own code. Ooh. God damn it. Betrayed by my own code. Hey, now let's go and check the migration chat. So, this is our initial migration. We've done this a couple of times. But this time now, we're making sure that there is a default schema. And the default schema for this context is blog. Within this blog, we have now posts. The posts have a unique identifier, and they are limited in size to each of their fields to specific sizes, except for the content, because content can have many things. But everything else is either nvarchar 100, 150, or unlimited datetime 2 for whatever reason. Don't ask me why I'm using datetime 2. Just know that I'm using datetime 2. Okay, that's it. And it also has a primary key on the post ID. And then we have our tags table, same thing. A unique identifier for the key and an nvarchar 30 for the length of the tags with a primary key as a tag ID. And finally, we have our relationship, our branch table, our join table, if you will. Bridge table. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Which is going to be our post tag, which relates a post, a tag, and a blog all together. So that's kind of just how that works out nicely. So that's going to be just a simple relation between the posts and the tags. And all that's going to do is just give it a way to represent a many-to-many. EF Core doesn't necessarily play well with many-to-many, so it likes to split things up many-to-one, or one-to-many, one-to-many, and then have those be related that way. So that's essentially all that does. Comes down, creates some of these indices here, so that way we have a little bit faster lookups, and that's about it. For the up method, down method just does everything in reverse by dropping them. So, it is a pretty solid structure. Now we have the validator to add the command, and now we just need to go and make sure these match up. So abstract is at 50, not 500, you silly goose. Then we have tags, and I believe tags we capped at 30. So now we have this here. And this validator will run on the adding command. All right. So eventually what we're going to do is we're going to set up an idempotent behavior. We're going to set up an idempotent command handler. And that idempotent command handler will be the one that runs the validator. Because we really only want it on things that affect the state of the application and not on things that affect nothing. Right, so if it affects the state of the application, there should be a validator for it. If it doesn't affect the state of the application, then there shouldn't be a validator, or the state of the underlying data, more accurately. So, for example, adding a blog post needs a validator. Deleting a blog post should probably have a validator. Querying for blog posts, nah, we don't need validators. So it's a pretty simple distinguishment here for the command query responsibilities segregation principle. And again, I need to strongly say this. This particular application would be fine with just CRUD. It does not need this full-blown mediator support. Add blog post man handler. And people that say otherwise, that, oh, it's a C# API, of course it needs to have it. No, it does not. That is a hill I will gladly sacrifice somebody on. Neat. So now we go and we add in the iBlog post mutator. And here we go and do create blog post. And then here we go, and instead, I think rather what we should be doing is we should go and do a var post equals new post. And we'll just leave that blank. We'll leave that blank. We'll leave that blank. And we'll just go and pass in the post. And we'll come to this. And instead, we'll just go and do post. Go and do that. Neato burrito. And that should be fine. So now that we have that, we can come back into the add blog post command handler, and we can go and do abstract. Okay, fine. God damn it. We'll have to figure that out at some point too. How we can actually handle that notion. So we'll come back to that. Actually, var tags equals. There we go. Nice. And then we can go and paste that up here. And in the meantime, we can do tags equals tags for now. There. Then for everything else that we're going to see here, I think we might have to go and take another look at how tag judges the implementation here. All right. So one of the ways we could do this is we could implement iEquatable, and we could do some particular generation of iEquatable. The other way we could do this is, okay, so the add blog post command takes in a set of tags, right? But what if it instead took in a set of tag ID? Like so. So then we come back here into the command handler. And now we inject the iBlog post. So now instead of that, now I'm going to head to bed. Classes start back up tomorrow. All right, kid, and have a wonderful night. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you and your presence. We're probably going to get out of here soon too. So now instead of that, what we can do is we can come into our blog post repository. And this is going to be one of the wilder things I do. But we can actually go and implement here, IEnumerable of type, let's see, we can expose the post and we can expose the tag. So now what we can do is we can come here and we can do using now which one of these is the one that we want to return? Is it this one where we go and do return IEnumerable post that this not zip IEnumerable of tag? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Genius idea. Genius idea. Let's not implement any of this. Get out of here. Let's go and implement a tag repository. All right. And then we'll go and do kernel interface iTag repository. Public task get tags. That's too many of those. Okay, so public value task. Does the tag itself have an ID and a name? Okay. So, and I guess we would go and do a display tag. I guess. And this would just take in a tag ID, string, name. Sure. This is bad, but we'll keep it. We might add some other stuff to this. Let's go and do an display tag, and we'll go and format this to be a display tag. Get tag by ID, async, cancellation token equals not decimal, default. But have a good night, Caden. Thanks again. Go and do that. All right. And then we'll go and implement the iTag repository. We'll go and implement these. To combat this inconsistent accessibility, we'll go and do an internal sealed. And here we'll go and inject the IDB context factory, blog DB context, blog context factory. Here we'll go and do an await using var context equals that. We'll add configure await false to this because why not? We'll go and do var tags was that return tags. Neato burrito. Then here we'll go and do that. First or default return tag. Perfect. All right, so now we got that. Let's come back up here. iBlog post mutator. Sure. I tag repository. Tags repository. Var tags is going to be equal to. Let's come back over here. And let's see if maybe implementing IEnumerable here makes more sense. Because now we can go and do this. And we can go and do using var context, return context.tags as no tracking. So we're only ever going to read from them. And then we'll go and do that. So then we can come up to here. Actually, no, we do not want to do as no tracking. Why does it require boxing? Excuse you. I only ever get the async enumerator. Context.tags. To array. Get enumerator. What in the hell? Huh? Wait, what? Oh, okay. I'm silly. Sorry, chat. So go and return that. I was just trying to avoid boxing, but I guess I can't do that because, you know, why would I be able to? It's fine. So then we come back here, and now we can go and do tags repository dot where t dot p equals command tags repository dot command dot tags that contains t.id. And select to array. There. Now we grab the tags. Of course, we're reading it from the database, but we'll deal with that problem probably next time, chat. Probably next time. But so far, you have a pretty decent amount of changes done. Pretty happy with this. So the next step is to, get it to look a lot nicer, get it to actually construct these endpoints, and hopefully go and get a Swagger endpoint. I mean, here, we'll go over to the screen because we are going to get out of here. It's been 6 hours and I got work in the morning. Got a lot of stuff to cover work in the morning. God damn it. God damn it, ads. You come in at the worst time. Also, StreamerBot, I set this up as a timed action. But it's supposed to tell people to follow me if they like my content. God damn it. Where are you, StreamerBot? Why are you like this? All right, chat. But we do have a lot of just very interesting notions that are going on when it comes to just kind of sticking with and continuing on with our software development side of things. It's pretty neat and it works out really nicely. I'm particularly happy with how far we've come in a lot of this area and a lot of this application development and being able to actually articulate the designs that I'm currently using and the architectural decisions that I'm working with. It's very helpful to me to be able to do this for you. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. But chat, it's time. Time to get out of here. So, as we go and raid out, let me go and double check something. All right, cool. Chat, we are going to go on a little bit of a raid because we've been raided a few times tonight, so might as well. We're going to go and raid Gumby. So if you don't know who Gumby is, Gumby MMA, it's a pretty cool dude. Playing some Minecraft right now. A little bit of a different vibe, but I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Either way, chat, there's our raid message to comfy call raid with any sort of love, comfort, or pride emotes that you may have behind you. I love using blankies. But to everybody else, chat, thank you again so much. Really appreciate it tonight. I've been Alu, and from the Omen Den, I'll see you next time, which will probably be later tonight. Have a good one. Oh yeah, thank you everybody who followed, cheered, resubbed. I greatly appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing you here next time. And thank you again for the 1,139 followers. That's huge. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Take care, chat.